Hey, what's going on guys? Welcome back to another video. So this is a 4 hours long tutorial where we build a full stack project from scratch. This project will help you to learn React concepts with TypeScript. For styling our components, we are going to use Shadcn with Tailwind CSS. We will also understand how we handle the image upload in React and how we can retrieve those images faster using CDN links. For backend, we are going to use the Firebase Authentication and Firestore Database for our storage. You can find the detailed timestamp in the description of the video so that you can jump to any topic directly. So if this sounds interesting, then stick around. Also, don't forget to subscribe the channel and press the bell icon so that you don't miss the videos like this one. So let's get started. Alright guys, so let me give you a walkthrough of the application that we are going to build. So this application is already deployed on Firebase, you can see here, and this is our login page. We can go to the sign up by click on the sign up and then we can come back to the login. We can also log in via a Google, but right now I already have an account, so let me log in via my email address. Once you log in, you will land to this home page where you will see that you have a sidebar menus where you have home, add photos. You can add a photo. So let's say this is a new photo. We can click on the upload and you will see that this is the file uploader. Select any image. So I'm going to select an image here. All right. And then I'm going to click on open and then you will see that the image is being uploaded in the Uploadcare CDN link in the cloud. Once we click on the done, you will see that we have this preview of the image. You can also click on the upload and we can select one more image. So let me select this image, and when I click on open, and here you can also click on this icon and you will see that you will get multiple options to have this image. So you can just edit this image, you can crop it, and then you can also apply some predefined contrast to the images, or you can also apply the filters that are available. Once you have the filter, you can just click on done and then it is going to replace the image. Now we can just post this. So I'm going to click on the post and here you will see that the image is now posted. We can also like the image and we can dislike it, and here you will see that we have all the stories, and here you will have all the suggestion of the friend list. Now you can just go on my photos and you can see what photos you have already uploaded. You can also go to the profile and you can change the profile. So if I want to change, I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to save it at Frank Dev and I'm going to change this at athlete and dev. All right, I can also upload an image. So I'm going to click here and let's upload this image. So I'm going to click on done and the image is uploaded. I'm going to click on update. And you will see that as soon as we update it, the image is updated here and the image is also updated here. Now we can go to the home page and we see that the image is updated everywhere. Even the name of the user is updated, and all the backend of this application is based on the Firebase. So we are going to learn the Firebase thoroughly in this video. So let me click on the logout, and you can also use the Google sign in. Now, before we jump into the code directly, let's see how we can break this application into different components and modules. So I'm going to go here and you will see that this is our application URL and our application name is Photogram. Now this is going to have two components. Obviously one will be the Firebase, which is the backend part, and the React part, which is the front-end application, and we are going to use React plus TypeScript. Now let's see what we have in this React plus TypeScript. So I'm going to go here and here you will see that we have this front-end web app. Now this React application is going to have an app component, and in this app component we are going to have two providers. One will be the user auth provider, which is the user authentication context, which we are going to write using the context API. Now the other thing which you will see here is the app routes, and we are going to use the router provider that is going to help us to create the routes, which will have the app routes. Now once we have the app routes, let's see what routes we can have or what pages we have. So in this you will see that we have this app routes where we have different pages like home, create post, my post, profile, and an error page, and all these are protected routes. Not the error, but especially the first four will be the protected routes. So I will just make a change here. And then we are also going to have the login, and I'm going to give it as like this. Then we have this login, sign up, and the error page. These will be the public routes. So for these you don't need to be a authenticated user, but for to access the other pages like home, create post, my post, profile, you have to be an authenticated user. Now let's see what we have in the app and other components. So here you will see that we have this app routes, then we also have the components, and in the components we have different components, like we need to create a layout of our page, We are going to have a sidebar navigation. We're going to have a component which will be a protected routes. Then we are going to have a file uploader, which will help us to upload the files in React and then upload those files into the Uploadcare CDN. Then we are going to have this suggested users list, and we have the stories component. So these are some of the components that we are going to build. Now, apart from this, we will also need to have the user auth context, and we will have the repository where we are going to do the CRUD operations for our post using the post service, and all the stuff related to the user like profile update and everything, or suggested users, we're going to use the user service. Now these services will be using a backend, which will be the Firebase, and in the Firebase we will see that we have the authentication module which we are going to use. We are going to use the Firestore Database, and the last one is the hosting of the Firebase. So these are the services that we are going to use. And then we are going to have one more service which will be the Uploadcare CDN, where we are going to upload all our files, and those files will be retrieved using the CDN links of Uploadcare, and that will be very fast. So this was the basically rough idea of our application breakdown, and this is going to be a fun project, and we are going to learn a lot of things in this project. So let's go to our Visual Studio Code and let's get into it. Alright guys, so I have opened my Visual Studio Code, and first thing we will do is we are going to bootstrap our React application. So I will be using VITE for that. So you can just go to the documentation, and here if you scroll down, then you can just use this command npm create VITE @latest. I also have a complete video on VITE, so if you haven't seen, then you can just find the link in the description of the video and you can just check it out. Alright, let's go back, and I'm going to just paste this and I will hit enter. And now it is asking me that we need to install the following package. So I'm just going to have yes. Alright, now it's asking for the VITE project. So our project name will be photo. So it will be something similar to the Instagram, and then we will be using the package name, and we will be using React. So I will select React, and we will be using TypeScript. So I'm going to select TypeScript, and yes, our project is already scaffold. So what we will do is I'm going to go to the CD photogram, and then I will just install the dependencies. So let's have the npm install, and this is going to install all the dependencies in our project. All right, now all our dependencies is installed. Now if we want to run the application, we can simply use npm run dev. So I'm going to type npm run dev, and this is going to start my application on localhost 5173. So I'm going to copy this, and let's go to our browser, and I will add it, and we see that we have our application here. All right, now what we will do is let's open this application into the Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to go here, and I will just open the folder. So I will click open folder, and I will go to documents, code, and then we will just look for the folder. All right, so we have opened our folder, and let's see what we have. So we have this VITE config file. We are using React, that's why it is having this plugin as React. And we can also do one more thing. We want that whenever we run our application on local, it should automatically start on the browser, and we can also specify the port. So what I will do is I'm going to add a server here. All right, and then I will have the open as true, and this is going to open the app in the browser. All right, and then I can also specify the port. So let's have the port as 3000, maybe 3000. Now I have changed the port. Then we have this tsconfig .node.json file, which contains some compiler option and some configurations. Then we have the tsconfig, where we have all the TypeScript configuration like the target, module resolution, JSX, and everything. All right, then we have the package.json file, which will contain all our dependencies. So currently we only have two dependencies, which is React and React DOM, and the rest all the dependencies are as a dev dependencies, especially for the types, as we are using TypeScript for the project. All right, now if we go to the index.html, then in the index.html we have this HTML file, and one thing you will notice that we are using VITE, so that's why you have a script and you load the TSX file as type module. So that's why VITE is a little bit faster as compared to the traditional CRA, which is a create react app. Now if we go to the main.tsx, so let's go to the source folder, and in the source we have the main.tsx, where we have the app component, and then we just have a reference of the root element. All right, then we have index.css, then we have the app.tsx, which contain the standard code. We have app.css, and here we have all the assets. So we can have all our static assets here, and then we also have a public folder where we can also have the public assets. As we are going to use Firebase for this project as a backend, so we will first start by setting up the Firebase. So what I will do is let's go to the browser, and in the browser I'm going to open the console of Firebase. So let's have the console Firebase. I will just open the Firebase console, and here we need to log in. So I will go to the console. I have already logged in, and in this console we need to create our project. So I'm going to click on add project, and my project name will be photogram. All right, I'm going to click continue. I will disable this. I don't need any analytics. Let's create the project. All right, so the project is ready. I'm going to click on continue, and then here what we will do is we need to do the authentication. So we are going to use the web. So I'm going to select web, and let's create our web app. So I'm going to have my web app as maybe same name. I'm going to give the photogram. All right, and then I'm going to click on register. All right, so our app is registered, and now what we need to do is we need to install Firebase into our project. So let's install that. So I'm going to copy. I will go to the terminal. So I'm going to open the terminal, and I will paste it here, and this is going to install the Firebase into our machine. Meanwhile, what we will do is we will also need to add this configuration into our firebase.ts file. So what I will do is let's copy this, and you will have your own configurations. So anyway, after building this project, I'm going to kill this instance, so you will not be able to use the API key or domain. So you need to create your own project, and you have to use your own. So I'm going to go back here. All right, we can see that our Firebase is installed. So I'm going to close this, and now I will create a new file which will be the Firebase. So I'm going to go into the source. I will create a Firebase config.ts, and this configuration will be related to the Firebase. So I'm going to copy and paste everything here. All right, I will minimize this, and here you will see that we have all the configuration which we have just received from here. So I have pasted everything here. Now what we need to do is I'm going to remove all the comments. All right, and since we will be using all this configuration from the .env file, so let's create the .env file as well. So I'm going to go here. I will have .env. All right, and inside the .env file, let's create all different keys. So I will have the first key as API key, and I will go here and I will just copy them. So I'm going to copy all this. I will go here. I will add them here. All right, so we have already created the API key, so we can just have the API key here. Next, we need to create the auth domain. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will have the VITE_auth domain, and then we will just assign the value here. So I'm going to assign the value. So quickly I will create all this. Right, so we have set up all the environment variables. Now if we want to use them in our Firebase config, how we can do that, let's see. So what I will do is I'm going to remove everything. All right, now here we are going to reference the environment variables. So what I will do is I'm going to have the import meta. So in VITE you will use import meta, and then you will use env, and then use the key, whatever the key we have. So we have the VITE_API key. So this way you can just add it. So what I will do is I'm going to copy and paste it here. All right, and then we can just add all our keys. So we will go here and we will copy our keys. So I'm going to copy, I'm going to add it here. Then we have the project ID. I will add the project ID here. Then we are going to have the storage bucket. So I'm going to add the storage bucket. Then we are going to have the messenger ID. I'm going to add it message sender ID, and the last one is the app ID. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it here. So we have already done the configuration for our Firebase application, and then what we will do is we are also going to use the auth. So for that, what I will do is I'm going to create a auth constant, and then I will have the get auth. So I will have the get auth, and this will be coming from the Firebase. I will just add the app instance here so that we get the auth instance. We will also be using the database. So I'm going to have a DB instance as well created. So we will have the get Firestore, which will be the database. So I'm going to use the Firestore, and I need to pass the app instance. So we have everything, and I will also do a constant export, default export for our app in case if we need the app instance in any of the component. So this is default, so this should be export, and we will also have this name export. So this will be the auth, and this will be the DB. So this is much we need for the Firebase config. The next thing we will do is we are going to use Tailwind CSS and Shadcn in this project so that we can use pre-built components and have our UI. So what I will do is I'm going to go to ShadcnUI. All right, this will be the first link, and we will be installing this in our project and we will be using it. So let's see the documentation and let's see how we can just install it into our project. So we are using VITE. So I will select VITE, and this is how we are going to install it. So first is we have already created the application. Now we need to add Tailwind and its configuration into our project. I'm going to change this to a dark mode. So I'm going to copy this, and now let's go to the project and just add them. So let's go to our terminal. All right, and into our terminal I'm going to go and add it. So I'm going to add it here, and we are going to install the Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to hit enter, and this is going to install the Tailwind into our project. Then once we have it, we are going to instantiate the Tailwind config file. So I'm going to copy and let's go back here and let's insert the Tailwind config and post css.config. So this is created two different files. One is the Tailwind config, another one is the post css config. So you can see that we have two files here. So if I scroll down, then we have this post config and the other one is the tail config. Now let's go and let's do the third step. In the edit tsconfig JSON file, we need to add a resolve path here. So what we will do is we are just going to copy this 2 lines and then I'm going to add it. So let's go here and I'm going to go to my tsconfig. And in the config file, what I will do is maybe after the module, I'm going to add the base URL and I will add the path. I will just add the comma here. All right. So here we are giving the base URL and then we are setting the path so that everything, whatever will go into the source / anything, it will be interpreted as @. So this is what the path means here. And then now if we go, then we have to update the VITE config JSON file. And for that, we also need to have a dependency for the types nodes. So let's copy this. I'm going to go back and this is an initial setup which you have to do, but you will see that this setup is a worthwhile when you actually get the components of Shadcn to use it. So I'm going to add it and I'm going to hit enter. All right, I have already done that. Now let's go to the VITE config file, and in the VITE config file we need to add the resolve path. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go to the VITE config, and in the VITE config we are going to add it here, and we have the path here. So we need to import the path. So what we can do is let's copy this and let's add it here. All right, so now we don't have any error. And the last step is now we just need to run ShadcnUI init command to set up our project. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go back and let's add it. So I'm going to hit enter and this is going to execute it. So you will see that would you like to use TypeScript? So we need to provide the values here so that it will create a configuration file based on that. So I'm going to type yes, and we need which style we need. So if we go here and if we see any of the component, so basically what we are doing it here is actually going to generate a component JSON file. So you see that there is a components JSON file. So it is going to generate that file based on the inputs that we are giving here. All right. And after that, if you want to go, let's go to a button, and then you will see that there are two different styles. You have a New York style and then you have a default style. So I'm going to keep it as default because we are just learning how to use Shadcn into our project. All right. So let's have a default, and then for the base color, we are going to use it as gray. And where is your global CSS file? We are going to keep it as it is, not going to change anything. And for would you like to use CSS variable, we will say yes. And are you using a custom prefix, example TW? So this is basically for merging the classes in Tailwind. So for now, you don't have to worry about it, and we will just keep it as blank and we will keep it as it is. So let's go and configure components. Let's keep it as it is. We will keep it as it is. And we are using server components. No, we are not using any server components. And then it is going to write our components JSON file for us. All right. So we have this file. Now, if we want to check, then that file will contain all the inputs that we have provided. So let's go and let's see. So here you will see that we have provided the style as default and our configuration and our CSS into global CSS, our base color, and everything, whatever information we have just provided to it. All right, now if we go back and if we go to the installation, let's go and let's see, have we finished all the steps or not? So we have already done all this information, and then that's all. We can now start using or start adding the components to our project. So if we want to add a button into our project, what we need to do is, so we are just going to use this. So I'm going to copy and then we are going to add it here. So this is going to add a ShadcnUI latest add button. And if I hit enter, then you will see that it will install the button and we can use the button into our project. And where it actually installing, you can just go to the components, and this component folder is automatically created while we were just having this component JSON file. You will see that we have the alias components and we have a components folder. So this is where the button.tsx got installed. Now you just need to use this button.tsx into your project wherever you want the button style. And there is one more thing, which is the libutil, which is actually contain the TW merge. It's a package that allows you to merge different classes in Tailwind CSS. So we have already set up the project. If we go into package.json, then we will see that now we have a lot of new dependencies that has been installed, like Lucid React, Tailwind merge, Tailwind CSS animate, and we are basically going to use Tailwind and Shadcn to build our user interface. All right, so we have already done our Firebase setup. We have installed ShadcnUI and Tailwind CSS into our project. Now the next thing what we will do is we are going to set up our routes. So let's set up our routes. What we will do is we need to have a React router DOM package. So let's install that. So I'm going to have npm install react router DOM, and I'm going to hit enter, and this is going to install the React router DOM into our project. All right, so it's already installed. Now what I will do is I'm going to run my application, and then I will just minimize my terminal. So I will have the npm run dev, and my application is now starting at 3000. So I will just minimize this now. All right, and now if we go to the browser and if we go to localhost 3000, then we should be able to see our application running. All right, so let's go back to the Visual Studio Code and let's create the pages first. So I'm going to go to my source folder, and inside the source I'm going to create a directory with pages. So let's have the pages here. Now inside the pages, what I will do is I'm going to create my home first. So let me have the home. Inside the home, I'm going to create index.tsx. So right now we will just create our project structure and how our pages will look like into our application. So I will have the home, then I'm going to have the error as well. So in case of an error, we are also going to create an error page. So I will have the index.tsx. In the home, what I will do is I'm using a snippet for the TypeScript React that will help me to write the components faster. So I will have the tsrsc, and this is going to give me the component. So I will have the home, and here what I will do is I will simply create a div and add home here. Then we have this tsrsc, and we are going to have the error, and I will just return the error from here. So let's have the error. I will just minimize my screen a bit. All right, so we have the error. Then let's create another page, and I will go here and I will create a folder which will be the login, and inside that I'm going to create the index.tsx. Let's create the component, and I will have the login, and I'm going to have here div with login. Next, let's create the sign up. All right, I'm going to create a file into this which will be the index.tsx. Let's create the component. I will have the sign up, and I'm going to have a div here. I will have the sign up. Then we will also need the create post. So I'm going to have the post. All right, and to this I'm going to have the index.tsx, and I will have the tsrsc. I will name it as create, and here I will have a div, and I will have the create post. Then we will also need to have one more page which will be my photos. So I'm going to have my photos, and inside this I'm going to have the index.tsx. Let's have tsrsc, and we are going to have the my photos, and I'm going to create a div, and I will have my photos here. All right, and the last page which I feel is we should create profile as well. So I'm going to go here. I will have the profile. All right, and then I'm going to create the index.tsx, and let's have our component which will be profile. I'm going to create a div, and I will have profile here. All right, so we have created all the pages mostly which we need at this moment, and now let's create the route.tsx files where we are going to have all the routes. So what I will do is I'm going to go to my source, and inside the source I'm going to create a file which will be the routes.tsx. So this routes file will contain all our routes. So what I will do is we are going to use the create browser router to create our routes. So let's have the export constant router. This will be equals to the create browser router. All right, so we're going to use the create browser router, and this is going to have an array of the routes, and inside this we are going to create the childs, and here what we can give is I can give the path, and then we can have the login. After that I can have my element, and the element would be the login element. So I have the login component which I will use it as the element, and we can also give the error property here. So if it's an error, then we can give the error element, and here we can give the error component that we have created. All right, so this way we are going to set up the routes. So let's have the another route, which will be the sign up. So I'm going to go here, I will change this to sign up as the route. I will have this as sign up, and we will have the error. Now we are also going to have the other routes, so let's go and let's add them. So I'm going to have the home, and here we are going to have our element as home component, and we have the error. Next will be post. So I will have the post here. I'm going to have the create post component and error, and the last one will be the profile. So we need two more. One is the profile and other one is the my photos. So I'm going to have the profile, and here I'm going to have the profile, and the last one will be my photos. So I will have the my photos as the path, and I will have the my photos component here. All right, so we have all this, and now we just need to export this router. So let's export this. So I'm going to go here and I will have the export default router. Okay, so we have exported the router here, and now what we need to do is we need to use this into our app.tsx so that we can have all our routes. So let's go to the app.tsx, and in the app.tsx I will just remove everything first, and I will create the new component. All right, this will be the app, and here what we will do is we are going to have a router provider. Since we are using the create browser router, we need to use the router provider. So I'm going to have the router provider, and we are going to use the route. So let's import the routes that have been created. All right, and now we can give a try. So what I will do is let's run the application. So we are already running the application, so we can just go and check. So I'm going to go here, and if I refresh, then we see that we don't have any page assigned with a slash. That's why we see an unexpected error. All right, and if we go to login maybe, then we see that we have a login here. So I will zoom a little bit. Then we see we have a login here, and if I go to sign up, we see we go to the sign up. If I go to home, so let's go to home, then we see home. If we go to my photos, then we see my photos. That means our route is working fine. Now the other thing we need to do is we need to have our routes to be protected, so we will be able to have login and sign up as our public routes. Rest all the routes should be protected. So let's go and let's write the protected routes first. So if we go here, we see the router, and we need to make some changes here. All right, but before that we also need to create a protected route. So what I will do is I will go to the components, and I'm going to create a new folder. I will have here protected routes. Now let's understand how we can do the routes protected so that only a logged in user will be able to access those routes. So I'm going to go here, I will have the index.tsx, and here let's create the component, and we are going to give the name as protected routes. And in the protected routes, what we want is that it will only be accessible to logged in users. So what I will do is I'm going to go and I will have a constant, and I will have a is auth, and let's give a boolean. I will give a boolean as true for now. Then what I will do is maybe I will just give a type here. And then what I will do is that we need to return, and we will return that is auth. If it's true, then in that case we need to return something. If it's false, then in that case we need to return something else. So if it's a false, what we will do is we are just going to navigate the user back to the login. So let's write that first. So I'm going to have a navigate, and this navigate will be coming from the React router DOM. So I will have the import navigate. All right, and then I will also use the outlet. So let's have the outlet. So what we will do is that if its is auth is false, then we need to navigate the user back to login. So we are going to have a login here, and we also need to give the state that from which page the user redirected to the login. So for that we can just give the state, and to the state what we can do is we can just give it from, and we can pass the location. So we can also use the use location hook. So let's have the use location hook, and here I'm going to create a constant location which will be equals to the use location. So this use location hook is actually going to give me the path that is in the browser URL. We will give the location. So this is actually going to tell the login page that from which page it actually got redirected to the login. All right, then I'm going to close this. Now, if the user is logged in, then in that case, we are going to just have the outlet, and this is going to have all the protected routes. So if the user is authenticated, this will only display all the routes that are protected in this protected routes. Now we need to use this protected route, and we need to protect our routes in the routes.tsx. So we need to protect home, post, profile, and my photos. So let's go and let's do that. So what I will do is I will go here, and then here I'm going to have one more object, and let's have the element here, and to the element I'm going to use the protected routes, and on this we also have another property which is a children. So here you can pass all the childrens that you want to be protected. So what we can do is this is actually an array, and to this array we can actually pass the path, and we have the slash first, and for the slash we need to have the element as home. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it here. So let me copy the error element as well. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add the error element, and in this way we can just remove and we can put everything inside the protected route. So I'm going to go and I'm going to cut everything. All right, and then I'm going to add it here. All right, and if we scroll, then we only have two public routes, which is login and sign up, and the rest all the routes are under the protected routes. So we will just change this to colon. All right, so we can give a try, but before that we see that we have an error in the console, and we actually added something extra comma here. So I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this. So now let's go and let's try. So I'm going to go to the browser and I will refresh it, and we see that we are still in my photos. All right, I will go to the home, and we go that we don't have anything related to home. Maybe we change it to slash. So we go to home. All right. And this is because what we have set in the protected route, that is auth boolean, is true. Now let's change this to false. All right. Now if I change this to false, and now if I want to go to slash, then you will see that I automatically go to login. And if I want to go to maybe my profile, then you will see that I go to the login. So that means our protected route setup is also working. Now next thing what we will do is we are going to write a context API for our authentication. So we are going to use the Firebase authentication, and for that we need to write our context API. So what we will do is let's create the context API. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to create a new folder. So let's have a new folder, and I will have the context. Inside the context, I'm going to create a new file which will be the user auth context.tsx. All right, so we will first start by creating the context. So what I will do is I'm going to have a export constant, and here we are going to give the user auth context, which will be equals to the create context. So we have this create context, and we need to provide a type for our context. So for now, let's have a auth context data. So what kind of data this context will hold? So that's where we give the auth context data, and then we need to provide the initial value for our auth context data. So let's create the interface or type for the auth context data. We will be creating the type and not interface, because we are not going to extend this interface. So this is not going to be extend. That's why we will just keep it as type. All right. And then I will have the auth context data. All right. And this auth context data is going to have a user property. And this user is basically when you use the Firebase authentication, it generates a auth state, and then it returns you the current user which is logged in. So that's where we are going to have the user, and this is of the type user. So we are going to have the Firebase auth. All right, and this will also hold a null value. So I'm going to have the null here. Then we are going to have a login method. So we will have the login, and the type of will be the login. It will say that cannot find login, but we are soon going to write a function for the login. Then we are going to have a sign up. So let's have the sign up, and then we are going to have the type of sign up. Okay, then we are also going to have a logout. So let's have a logout, and then we are going to have a type of logout. All right, so basically this context data is actually the data that is going to be exported from here and will be used by all our components. So that's where we have this sign in, sign out, log out, and everything. And the last one will be the Google sign in. So we are going to have the Google sign in, and then we are going to have the type of Google sign in. So we have this basically the user context data. Now let's immediately create all these functions. So the first one will be the login, and this is going to be an arrow function. So let's create an arrow function, and for the login we will need two things. We will have the email ID and we will have the password. The type of the email will be string, and for the password it will be string. And once we have it, what we will do is we are going to return, and we are going to have the sign in with email and password from the Firebase. And then I'm going to have the auth state which I have created. So if you have remember, in the Firebase config we have created this auth instance, so we are going to pass the same auth instance here. So we have the auth, so we need to import this auth. So what I will do is I'm going to have the import auth, and this will be coming from the // Firebase config. All right, we have the auth, and along with the auth we will also need to provide the email address, and then we need to provide the password. So this will help us to log in with the email address and the password. Let's write the second function, which will be the sign up. So I'm going to have the sign up, and for the sign up we will need the email, we will have the password, and here we will have the create user with email and password, and it is also going to accept the same auth email and the password. Okay, so we have to make this uppercase. All right, so the next one will be the logout. So let's have the constant. I will have the logout, and for the logout we will not require anything, and we are simply going to call the logout function. So what I will do is I'm going to have the sign out, all right, from Firebase, and I need to provide the auth. And the last will be the sign in with Google. So we have the sign in with Google as well. So I'm going to copy, and let's create the function. So I will have the constant sign in with Google, and I'm going to have the arrow function, and here I will have the Google Auth provider first. So let's have the Google Auth provider, and this Google Auth provider is from the Firebase. So you will use new Google Auth provider. All right, so we will use the new Google Auth provider, and once we have the instance of Google Auth provider, we are going to return the sign in with Google. So I will have the sign in with pop-up. All right, and we need to provide this Google Auth provider to it. First we will have the auth instance, and then we have the Google Auth provider. So we have written all our functions, and now you see that we don't have any error as well in our auth context. So now what we need to do is we need to create the auth provider. Now we have the auth context. The next thing will be the auth provider. So if you don't know about the React context API, then I have a complete video on it. You can just click on the card above, or you can also check the link in the description of the video. Now since we have this, we need to provide the initial value which we have mentioned. So let's provide the initial value for all this. So what I will do is I'm just going to copy, and I will go here and I will add them here. For the user, I'm going to give the value as null initially, and for the rest we are just going to give the initial as functions. All right, so I'm going to remove everything. So this will be comma, because now this is an object and we are providing the initial value, and I will remove this as well. So we have provided the initial value. Now the next we need to have our user auth provider. So let's create that. So I'm going to have the export constant. I will have the user auth provider, and this will be of type react function component. So I will have the react dot function component, and then we need to pass the type of the prop. So I will have the arrow function, and inside the arrow function we are going to have the children's. So we are going to use this use auth provider, and we need to wrap our app component to it. So that's where this provider is always going to accept a prop as a children. So I'm going to have the children here, and we also need to have a type of it. So let's have the type as I user auth provider props. All right, and this I should be uppercase, so I'm going to change this to uppercase. Now let's copy this and let's create an interface on the top. So I'm going to go here and I will have the interface. So let's have the interface, and this interface is basically the same we have created in every of the component. You see here we have this interface. So we're going to create the same interface. All right, and in this interface we are going to have a prop which will be hey children. So let's have the children, and this children will be of type react node. So I will have the react node. We will scroll down. All right, and now what we will do is we are just going to return our user auth context provider. So what I will do is let's go here and let's have the user auth context dot provider. All right, and this is going to accept the value, and then we are going to pass the children's. I'm going to have the children's here, so I'm going to copy this and I will simply going to add the children's here. So we have this, and now we need to pass the value. So let's create this value, what this value will be. So I'm going to have a constant value, and this value will be of type the auth context data. So let's have the auth context data here. All right, and we're just going to pass the same thing. So I'm going to copy and let's create the value. I'm going to remove the null, and we can just use the value and we can give the value here. All right, so we have this and we have created the context provider. Now what we have to do, one more thing, is that we need to create a state variable, and whenever a user is logged in, we need to observe the on auth state changed. So if we go to the Firebase, let's go to the Firebase and let's understand this. So I'm going to go to the Firebase, and there will be on auth state changed. All right, and this on auth state change is basically what the user is going to get back. So whenever a user is logged in, this actually going to listen to this change event, and we will get the user information. So you will see that here we have the user information. So this is what we are going to implement it. And once we have that user information, I want to store that user information into a state variable. So I'm going to create a state variable as user set user, and this is going to have a use state. All right, and in the use state we need to provide the type, and the type will be the user, and it could also hold a null value. So until the user is logged in and we get the data from the auth state change, the value would be null. So that's why we also need to assign a null here. So let's have a null, and we are going to use a use effect. So let's have a use effect. All right, and in the use effect, what we have to do is we need to create an instance, because we are going to listen to the event of on auth state. So what we will do is we are going to have this unsubscribe as a variable where we are going to store the event. So I have the on auth state changed, and to this we need to pass our auth, and this is going to have a callback function which is going to return the current logged in user. And once we have this user, what we will do is we are just going to set the user into the state. So I have the user, and what we need to do is we need to run a cleanup function. So in the use effect, we also have a way to clean up the stuff once we run it. So what I will do is I'm going to have a return, which is going to have a arrow function, and here what we will do is we are just going to have this unsubscribe. All right, so we run this cleanup function. So now we have the use effect. We will also get the logged in user information with this. I will also do one more thing. I will just do a console log, so that whenever we run it, we will know the logged in user state is, and we are just going to print that. So I'm going to have the user here. All right, now we have this. Now if we want to use any of the values like user, login function, sign up function, we will be using the use context hook. So what I will do is in the end I will also export that. So I have a export constant use user auth, and that will be equals to the arrow function, and it is going to return the use context. So we have the use context hook, and we will just pass our context here. So user auth context. So now we can just use the use user auth in any of the function, and then we can just destructure the values which we want. If we want user, or we want a login, sign up, or any of the function. So we are already done with our context API, and we can just go through it. What we have done is, so first we created a context API. So here we created the create context, and we defined the type of the data it will hold. Then we have the auth context interface, not interface, the type which contains all the data. Then we also need to provide the initial value of it. So we have given the initial value here, and we created each of the functions that we have defined here. So type of login, sign up, logout. So we define all the functions, and they will return the functions which are from the Firebase, like sign in with email password, create user with email password, logout, or sign in with the Google. Once we have that, we created the auth provider which will accept the children as a prop, and then we also have a use effect which is going to listen on the auth state change and give us the logged in user information which we store it in our state variable. Once we have all this, we provide the values which is of type auth context data, and we just provide it. And once we have it, we provide the values to the children. We can fetch those values with the help of use context hook, and we have the use auth context instance. So that's what the context API is, and we have built that. Next thing we need to do is now we need to use this login sign up. So for that, we need to create the UI for our login. So before login, let's go and let's create the UI for the sign up. So what I will do is we go to the page of the sign up, and I actually made this uppercase. So let me change this to lowercase post. So let's go to the sign up, and in the sign up, we are first going to create the UI for the sign up. So we are going to use the Shadcn UI. So if I go back here, if we go here, then we will see we have the examples, and in the examples for the cards you will see that we have this create an account. So we are simply going to use the UI which is already pre-built, so we are not going to build anything from scratch. So if we want to use this, we can actually go to their GitHub. All right, if I go here, then we can just go to the apps. Then in the apps we have the app, we have the examples, and we have the cards, and we have different components here. So create login.tsx. So you can simply use this and you will get the UI ready. All right, and for this they are using the card component, input, and the label. Now I will show you how you can install the input, label, and the card. So what we can do is we can go back here, we can go to the components, and let's search for the card. So if I want to install the card into my project, what I will do is I will simply going to have npx shadcn UI latest add card. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go to our project. Okay, and then I'm going to have a new tab, and I will just have the card. Along with the card, I will also have the input and label. So it's done. Now if we go and see in our components in the UI, so we need to move our protected routes into the components. I will just move it yes to all. Then we have the UI, and in the UI we will have all our Shadcn UI components. All right, so we have all the components here, and now we can just directly use them into our project. So that's where we are going to build the sign up. So let's quickly build the sign up. So you can also do a copy paste of the code. So if I go here, and you can just simply go and copy this code. I also did the same thing so that I don't write each of the component and the classes. So I will go here, I will go and I will just paste it, and now you will see that we have few errors. So let's fix them. So first let's import one by one. So I'm going to have the card. All right, so the card is imported. Similarly, we will have the card header, then we are going to have the card title. All right, let's have the card description, then I'm going to have the card content. I will have the button, and we will also need the icon. So we will see how we can get the icon. Let's have the label, then I will have the input, and then we will see all this information how we get it. All right, and the last one is the card footer. So let's have the card footer, and we will also need the link. So we can get the link from the React router DOM. So let's go down and let's import the link. So I'm going to have the link from the React router DOM. So we have all this, and what we need to do is we need to create two state variables which is going to handle our email address and the password. So let's go and let's create that. So I'm going to go and create the state. So let's go here, and I'm going to have a constant. I will have the user info, and I will have the set user info, and this is going to have the use state, and we need to provide the type of the state, and then we need to provide the initial value. So I'm going to have a constant here as initial value. So we are going to create the initial value constant. So let's have that. So I'm going to go here, I will have a constant initial value. So the type of this will be user sign in. Now let's have the email, which will be empty initially. Then we are going to have the password, which will be empty initially, and we will also have the confirm password, which will be empty initially. So we have this, and we also need to create the user sign in. So we will create a separate folder for types where we will have all our types. So what I will do is I will go here and I will create a new folder. I will have types here, and then I will have a new index.tsx. So we will just change this to ts, and it is not returning any JSX, so it should be ts. So we have this, and now let's create the interface, and I will have the interface of user sign in, and this should not be equal to, and this will take the email, which will be of type string. It will take the password, which will be of type string, and then it will take the confirm password. So I'm going to have the confirm password, which will be of type string. I will also create the similar interface for the user login. So I'm going to have it, and here I'm going to change this to user login, where we will only have the email and the password. All right, and we need to export this. So let's export. So I'm going to export, and now we can go and we can see that we will have to import here. So I'm going to have the user sign in. So I have the user sign in, and we also have the initial value here, and we can now give the user sign in here. So I will have the user sign in type here. We can just remove the props. We don't have any props at the moment. Now what we need to do is we have this user info and set user info, so that now we will not have any issues with this value where we have the user info.email. And on change, what we are doing is we are just setting the email as event.target.value, and we keep all the other properties as it is with the spread operator. All right. Now, similarly for the password, we have the same thing, and for the confirm password, we have the same thing. Now we also have an on submit. So we have a button here, which is a type of submit, and then we have the on submit here. So if we go and check, we have the handle submit. So now we need to write this handle submit function. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will have a constant handle submit, which will be equals to arrow function, and I will have the async here, and we are going to have a event which will be of type react.mouse event. All right, and then we need to provide this as an HTML element. So I will have the HTML element. Okay, so we get an error, and this is because this should be HTML form element. So let me have the HTML form element. All right, we have this, and now first what we will do is we will do the event.prevent default, so that it will not refresh whenever we submit the form. We have missed the less than sign here. So we have this, and now what we will do is we are just going to have a try catch block. And in this, what we will do is let's have a console.log first. So we are going to have a console log, and I will have the user info is, and then I will just print the user info. So whatever we are typing, I will just print that, and if it's an error, I will just console log the error. So let's have the console.log, and I will have the error, and here I will have the error. Now let's go and let's try. So first we have to do one more thing, is we are not able to get the icon. We will also have the Google sign in. So let's write this function as well, handle Google sign in. So I'm going to go here. I will have a constant. I will have handle Google sign in, which is the arrow function. And that is also going to give us an event, which will be a react.mouse event. And we are going to have it on the HTML element. So I will have the HTML element. Okay. And then what we will do is we need to use the event.prevent default. We are also going to have a try catch block here, and let's make this async. Now we have to use the Google sign in as well. Let's go and let's have the icon problem first. So we have these icons here. Now in order to get these icons, what you can do is you can actually copy and paste a icons file from the GitHub repository. So if you go to the GitHub, then you will see that you have components and icons. So if we go and if we see for the components, then in the components we will have the icons.tsx. Now you can just go and copy this file, and then you can have all this GitHub icon, Twitter icon, and everything. So what I will do is I'm just going to download this and put it into my UI folder. All right, so I have copied this icons.tsx from the GitHub. You can also do the same thing, and now we can just import the icons. So what I will do is I'm going to have here icons, and now we will have no problem here. I also have an error here. So okay, so let's have a console log now. So I'm going to have the console log, and I'm going to have the error if there is any error. So I'm going to just log the error. So we have logged the error, and the next thing we need to do is we need to call our Google sign in function, which we have created in our context API. So what I will do is I will go here and I will just do the constant. So let's have a constant, and here I will have the Google sign in, and I will also have the sign up function. So I will have the sign up, and this will be coming from the use user auth. All right, now we can just make use of this Google sign in function. So what I will do is I will go here, I will have the await, I will have the Google sign in function, and once we have a successful sign in, what we need to do is we need to navigate the user to the home page. So we are going to use the use navigate hook, for this. So what I will do is I will go here and I will import the use navigate hook. All right, then I'm going to go here and I will have a constant navigate, and this will be equals to the use navigate. Now we can make use of the navigate and we can navigate the user to the home page. So I'm going to have the navigate and the user will go to slash. So this will go to the home page. All right, we see that we get an error, and this is because it was a name export. So we have to put curly braces and not the square braces. So we have this Google sign up, and for the other one, the handle submit, what we will do is we can just use the sign up function and we can just do the sign up for the user. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and then I will have the await. We are going to have the sign up function, and to this sign up we need to pass the email address and the password so that the user will sign in. So for that I will have the user info, which is my state variable, which has the email address, and I will pass the password. So I'm going to have the password. Similarly, once the user is successfully signed up, then we need to navigate the user to the home. So I'm going to have the navigate slash here. Now we can just give a try. So what I will do is I'm going to go to the browser and I'm going to refresh it. So we see that we are on the login, and I will go to the sign up and we don't see anything, but we see that we get an error, Firebase error, that auth invalid API key. So let's check what is going on. So I'm going to go back, and here what I will do is I'm going to go to my env file. All right, and in the env we have the API key. Let's match this API key with our Firebase config. So I'm going to have, and we see that we have the same thing. But what I noticed here, that I created my env file at the wrong place. So it should be into the root folder, but somehow I created the env file into my source folder. So let's drag and put it in the root folder. Yes, and now we see that it is out of the source folder. Now I think it should work, so let's go and let's check. Okay, so now we see that we have the sign up page which looks something like this, but this is not what we expected. We should have the proper UI because we were using the ShadcnUI, and we should have something this card like structure. So let's go and let's check why the CSS is not applied. So I will go back to the Visual Studio Code. All right, and here what we will do is in the code we will go to the component JSON, because component JSON is the file where we will be able to see that where the CSS is. So here we see that the CSS goes to the globals.css, but if we go and see in the source folder, we don't have any of the file with name globals.css. And this is where we made another mistake, that when we were giving the configurations for the component JSON, we actually have to give here index.css instead of globals.css, because we did not have any file with the name global.css into our project. Instead we have an index.css. So what I will do now is that I'm going to change this to index.css, and to this index.css I will just paste the CSS that we get with the configuration of components JSON. So when you follow this tutorial, make sure that when it asks for your CSS file, you should not use the globals.css. Instead of that, you just rename it to index.css so that all your styles will be into index.css. So for now I will just do a copy and paste of that CSS. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it here. All right, so this is the auto-generated CSS that you will get when you have this component JSON file. So now let's go and let's check now. So if I go, and now we see that we have the proper UI of our sign up page. Now if I click on the login, we go back here and then we have the sign up. So what I will do is first start going with the sign up and testing the functionality. I will also create the login page so that we can test the login and the sign up together. Let's go back, and I'm going to go to my sign up, and we will have a very similar UI for the sign up, for the login as well, but there will be a little bit changes. So I'm just going to copy all those JSX and I'm going to put that JSX into the login. All right, now we will also need to have the imports. So let's go here and let's have all the imports. So we will need all these imports. So I'm going to copy. All right, and I'm going to paste all the imports here. All right, we have this, and instead of the user sign in, we are going to have the user log in. And if we go to our index.ts, then we have the types here, and we have the interface, which is the user login. So we are going to use the user login as the interface. We will have the same form where we will have the handle submit. We are going to have the same where we will have the Google sign in, and instead of the user info, I'm going to change this to user login info. So what we will do is I'm going to go here. I will take the initial values. I will put it here, and this will get changed to user login. All right, and we don't need a confirm password for login. All right, now I'm going to go here and I will copy the functions as well. So I'm going to copy the functions, copy, and I will put the functions here. All right, now we see that we have the sign up, but instead of the sign up, we see we have the Google sign in, and for the sign up we are going to have the login this time. So I'm going to have the login. We will have the same navigate, and then user info, we are going to have the user login info. So what I will do is I'm going to just select this and I will change all together. All right, this will change to user login info. All right, I will save it, and now if we go and see for the login, okay, we still have some errors, so let's resolve those errors. Now this state will be changed to the user login. All right, we will have the initial value. We're going to have the Google sign in function, which will be as it is, and then once we have the sign in, we will go to the navigate and we will go to the home page. So we are not going to change anything here. For the handle submit, so for this what we will do is we are going to have the user login info. Here we are going to have the login function instead of sign up, and we are going to pass the email and the password, and then we will have as it is. Let's go and let's check. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to go to the login, and we see that this is the login. Okay, but we need to change this to sign up. So let's go bottom. All right, we also don't need the confirm password, so I'm going to remove the confirm password, and we will go to the already have an account. So this will change to don't have an account. Then we will just go to the sign up, and this will change to sign up. All right, so if we go and check, then we go to the sign up. Oops, I made a typo here, so this will be sign up. So if I refresh, if I log in, so from the login, if we click here, we go to sign up. If we click on log up, then we go to the login, and this should be log in, not log up. So let's change that as well. So I'm going to go here, I will expand this, and here it will be login. All right, so now we have both the pages. We have the login and we have the sign up, but the login page will look a little bit different and it will not look something like this. So we need to add some more CSS styling to it, and also some of the JSX we need to write for the login. So let's go to the login and let's write that. So I'm going to go here, and what we will do is we are going to have this one. Now we are going to create two different structures. So we are going to have two columns. So what I will do is I'm going to remove all this, and here I'm going to give the background slate 800. I will have the full width. I will also have the height for the screen. All right, and then what I will do is I'm going to have another div. So I'm going to put this and put it here. Okay, then for this div, what I will do is I'm going to have the class name as container. I will have the max auto, so that I have the equal margin on both the side on x-axis. Then I'm going to have the padding, and I will have the height as full. All right, after that, what I need to have is I will have another div. All right, I will cut this and put it here, and on this div I'm going to use the flex box. So let's have a flex. I will have all my content to be in the center. I will also have my content to be vertically centered, so I'm going to use the item center, and I will take the full width. Then we need to have two different divs inside that. So I already have one div, so let's create another div here, and to this div what I will do is I'm going to give the padding as 6. I will have the width of this div as 2/3 of the whole screen, and I will put it hidden. So this div will be hidden, but it will only be visible for the large device. So I'm going to give the LG block, and then I'm going to have a div, and on this div I'm going to use the grid because I'm going to put some images and I want those images into grid. So I will have the grid box. I will have the grid column as 2, then just provide the grid gap as maybe 2. All right, and once I have this, what we will do is we can just put some images here. So I'm going to have an image. I will put some class name to the image, then we are going to have the source to the image. All right, so we made a mistake that we are putting this code in the sign up instead of the login, but that's fine. We will just have the login and the sign up as it is. They will be identical in the UI. So let's continue to have it. So now we need to have the images. So if I go to the assets and images, then you will see that I have few images here, 1, 2, 3. Okay, these are some random images which I am just using for my project. So let's import them. So what I will do is I will go here and then I will import those images. So I will have the import image1 that will be coming from the @ I will have the asset, I will have the images, and then I will have the image1. Now I'm going to import all the 4 images. So I will have the copy 2, 3, 4. All right, and I will just change the numbers. And I will also change the numbers here. All right, so I have all the images now, and now let's use them. So I'm going to use the image2. All right, and for the CSS, I'm going to give the CSS as let's use for this image, I need to have my width as 2/3. All right, I need to have height as auto, then I need to have the aspect as video, and I will have the rounded, so I want the round edges to the image, and then I'm going to have the place self, and I will put the place self as end. All right, so I have this for the image2, and I'm going to copy and I will also put it for the image4. So I'm going to change this, and this will now change to image4, and the rest I'm going to keep it as it is. Now we can go and test. So if I go to the browser, if I go to the sign up, then we see that we have these 2 images. All right, and now let's have the other images as well. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it. So I will have the image as 2 here, and for this one I'm going to change the image as 1. I'm going to change the image as 4, and this will change the image as 3. And I want to keep the same image styling for image 2 and 4. So for image 2 and 4 we have the same styling, but instead of the video I'm going to just change this to auto, and this will be video, and this will also be auto. Let's go and let's check. Okay, we see the images, but these images are randomly placed, so let's change them. So I'm going to change this to 2/4, and let's have this 2/4, and I will change this so it should not be in the end, so that it will come on the left hand side. All right, and I will also remove this so that they all come in the same. All right, so we get this properly. Now we have all the 4 images here, and we also have the sign up page. Let's change the button here. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to change the button to sign up instead of login. So let's go down, and this button will be sign up. Content in the center of the screen. So what we will do is we are just going to add a flex here, and it should work fine. So we will see that we have it now. We can also put the same thing on the login page as well. So what I will do is I'm just going to copy. All right, so I will copy this and I'm going to put it here. So where we have this one. All right, I'm going to put it here. We are just going to take the images. So I'm going to copy the images, and I'm going to have the images here. So I will go here and add the images. All right, and then I will also need to have these 3 divs. So I'm going to copy and I will go here, and I'm going to have the 3 divs, but I'm going to just cut this and put it here. All right, I'm going to remove this div, and we need to add 2 divs at the end. So let's close those divs. All right, so we have closed the divs, and now if we go and see, then yep, we messed up. So let's fix that. So we see we have one closing div here, and we need to put that closing div here. All right, so now let's go and let's check. So we see that this looks nice. Now if we can go to sign up, and we can also have the login. So our sign up and the login UI is complete. Now let's give a try to sign up a user. So what I will do is I'm going to go to the console, clear the console, go to the sign up, and let's try with the Google sign in first. So I'm going to click on the Google. All right, and we see that we get an error, Firebase entry, Firebase auth operations are not allowed. So maybe we did not enable the sign in methods in our Firebase console. So let's go there. I'm going to go to the authentication, and in the authentication, let's go to sign in method. We need one as email and the password. So I'm going to enable it, and I will save it. All right, I will also add the Google sign in. So I'm going to go to the Google, enable it, and now I will save it. All right, so now we have both the sign in methods enabled. Now let's give a try. So what I will do is we are going to go back here, and then I'm going to go to the Google, and we are going to select my account. And we see that we come back to the login, but if we go to the console and let's refresh, and let's see that whether the user is signed in or not. But we see that the user is signed in, but we have some problem. We went back to the login instead of going to the home page. So let's go and let's see what happens. So if I go back to the Visual Studio Code, and we have our context API here. All right, and we just need to see that whether we have provided the context API to our app component or not. All right, so let's go to the app, and here we made a mistake. We did not wrap our router provider with the context provider. So let's go and let's do that first. So what I will do is I will go here and I will import the user auth provider, and we will just wrap this. So I'm going to cut it and put it here, and then I'm going to have the brackets, and I will have the brackets here, and now it should work. So let's go back here, and we will just have the Google sign in. So I will go to the sign up, I will do the Google sign in, I will go here, and we go back to the login. So that means the user is signed up successfully. Now let's give a try. So I will log in with the user, and I'm going to click on my account, and we still see we go to the login page. So let's go and let's check our protected routes. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, and where are my protected routes here. So we will go here, and we see that we have a boolean as false. So every time it will be false, and it is going to take us to the login page. So what we can do is just we can have a constant, and here we can have our user, and this will come from the user auth. All right, and now we can make use of this user. So if we have this user, then we will go to the outlet, otherwise we will go to the login page. Let's go and let's check. So I'm going to click on Google sign in again, and then we will just select the account, and we see that this time we go to the home page. That means we are able to log in, and then we go to the home page. Let's go back and let's check the other sign in method as well. So I'm going to sign in by email address. So I will have the page at gmail.com. I will give the password. I will have the password here, and I'm going to click on sign up. So this is sign up is successful, and we go to the home, and if we go here and if we refresh, then we should be able to see another user with email address and password. All right, so our authentication is working fine, but there is one problem here. If we refresh our page, you will see that we will just logged out. So if I refresh it, then we log out, even though we have the user details. So you see that we have the user information, but still we log out. And the reason behind this is that if we go to our Visual Studio Code, and if we go to the context API, and if we go here, then we see that we have this event listener, which is on auth state change. But every time when you refresh the page, this on auth state change event listener will get fired, and before it gives you the user information, your UI just get renders. So the UI for our protected routes will get rendered before we get the actual information of the user. So we just need to hold our JSX until we get the user information, so that it will not log out. So what I will do is there are multiple ways to do that. You can also have a loading state, where you will see that if you don't have the user, you will just have a loading information, or you have a loading state. Once you have the user, then only you will just have your JSX to be rendered. So for that, what I will do is I will handle it using a npm package, and that package will just help me to give the loading state and the user information. So we are going to use the react-firebase-hooks. So if we go to the npm, and if we see, then let's go to the npm, and I'm going to look for the react-firebase-hooks. All right, so we have this react firebase hooks, and we just need to install this. Once we install it, we are going to get the loading state and the user information. So let's install this. So I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to go to the terminal, and I will have it here. All right, so this is going to install the react firebase hook. Now we have this installed. Now we can make use of it. So I will go here, and I will just import it. So I'm going to have the import, and for this hook, I will have the use auth state. So this is the export that is provided from our hook. So I will have the react firebase hook, and now what we will do is we are not going to use this. Instead of that, I will have a constant. Let's have the auth instance. So this will be coming from the get auth, which is from the Firebase auth, and this use auth hook gives us two states. First is the user, and next one is the loading. So I'm going to use the use auth state, and what I will do here is that I will simply have that if I have a loading state, all right, then in that case I'm going to return. So let's return a simple JSX. I have a div, and I'm going to have dot loading. All right, so if we have a loading state as true, then in this case we will show the loading. But if we have the user, then in that case we are going to display this outlet, and if the user is null or if the user is not available, we will navigate the user to log in. But to this use auth state, we need to pass our auth instance. So let me have the auth instance here. All right, now we have done this. Let's go and check. So I will go back here. I will go here, and I see that we have a issue. All right, so we need to have the /auth where we will get the use auth state. So now we go and check. So what I will do is I will log in with the email and password. I will have my password and I'm going to click on login. And you see, once we log in, we go to the home page. But now in this case, if I refresh it, you will see we have a loading and then it will get the home. So that's how we fix this problem of authentication. Whenever we refresh our page, our user will not log out and it will be staying logged in. All right, so we have done with our authentication module, and the next part we are going to do is we are going to design the pages that a user will see after the user gets logged in. All right, so now what we will do is first we are going to design a layout of our page and then we are going to have the content into it. So let's go to our Visual Studio Code, and in the Visual Studio Code, okay, so in the protected route I will just remove this. We are not using it anymore, and now we are going to design the layout first. So let's go to our components, and inside the components what I will do is I'm going to create a new folder, and that folder will be layout. Inside the layout I'm going to create an index.tsx. all right, let's create the component and I'm going to name the component as layout. Now in the layout what we will do is we are going to have 3 sections for our main layout page. One will be the sidebar navigation item, then we're going to have the center main content, and then we're also going to have a right side column. So let's have the JSX here for our 3 layout structure. So what I will do is I'm going to have a div. I will give a class name of flex, and then I'm going to give the background color as white. Inside that I'm going to first have the aside, then I'm going to have another div which will be the main content, and the last one will be again the aside which will be the right hand side. Now the first sidebar we're going to give some classes here where we will have the flex. We're going to give the gap x as 4. all right, we are going to give the background gray and we are going to use the gray as 800. Then this will be a fixed position, so it will be the fixed. Then we are going to give the top as 0. We will have the left as 0. We are going to give the z index as 40, and then we will give the width. So for the larger devices I want to give the width as 60, and we want the height should be the screen height, so we are going to have the h screen. All right, so this one we have done it for our sidebar menu, and inside this we are just going to have our sidebar. So let's create that component. So I'm going to go here, I will have the sidebar, and inside the sidebar I will have the index.tsx. let's create the component for the sidebar. I will have the sidebar. all right, and this is going to return a simple JSX which will be a sidebar. So I will have the div, I will have the sidebar. all right, now we can just use this sidebar here. So I will have the sidebar, so this one will be the sidebar. Now let's go and check. Okay, we will not see anything because we have not used our layout anywhere. So what we will do is I will go to the home and I will use this sidebar. So I will go to the home, and here I'm going to use the layout. So let me have the layout component. So I will have the layout, and in this layout I will just put the home, and we need to give the brackets here. So I'm going to cut it, put the bracket here. all right, and now we can check. So we see that we have a layout here and we have this as a sidebar. all right, so if we just make the screen size smaller, then the width of the sidebar also changes. all right, now let's go back to our layout, and then for the main screen what we need to do is I'm going to give the class name, and since we are using the position as fixed, we need to give some margin. So let's have that for the largest devices, the margin left will be the same as the width which we have used. So we have used the width as 60. We want to give the same margin here. Then we will give the margin right as 60 because the right hand side bar is also going to be a fixed, so we are going to have that as well. So what I will do is I'm going to use the classes here, and I will use the same thing here. So I will have the same as background color and everything. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to put it here. But one thing is that this right side will only be visible on the larger devices and not on the smaller devices. So what I will do is I'm going to put it as hidden, and only for the large devices I'm going to make it as block, and this will contain the user information. So the user list, as in this will contain all the registered users, where you will have the list of users and you can see that which user is following you or which user you can follow. So that's where we are going to have this as a user list. So for now I will just create the component for the user list as well. So I will go to the components, and inside the component I'm going to have the user list. So I will have this user list. Oops, I misspelled it, so it should be user. All right, and to this user list, I'm going to create an index.tsx, and let's have the user list. So I will have the user list, and I can use this user list here. So I will have the user list, and on the main content we have this margin left 60, margin right as 60, and we are going to give the padding as 8, and we're going to use the flex one so that it will take whatever the available width in between is, and we are going to give the margin left as 36. Then it is going to render the children's in between. So let's have those children's. So I'm going to have the children. All right, now we need to use those children's as a prop. So let's have the prop here, and I will have the children here. Now these are the props. We need to define the children here in the prop. So I will have the children, and the type of those children will be react node. All right, so we have this layout, and now we should be able to see both left side and the right side. So if I close this, I don't see anything here, so that means there is some problem. So let's go and let's check. So we did the copy paste here for this one, so the top will be 0. This should be right, not the left, so this will be right. And now we see that we have both the layouts. We have the right side, and we also have the left side where we will have the sidebar. Now let's work on the sidebar where we will have all the menu items. So I'm going to go back to the sidebar component, and I'm going to work on this sidebar component. All right, so on this sidebar, what we will do is let's create a constant and create an array of the navigation that we need to use. So let's have our nav items array. All right, and here what we will do is we are going to have the objects. So first I will have the name, and I will name it as home. Then I want to give the link, so I will have the link as / and third one will be the icon. So we are going to display the icon as well. So now to get the icons, there are two ways to use it. One, you can directly have the icon as icon from your Lucid React. So if we go to the package.json file, so let's go to the package.json file, and here you will see that we have the Lucid React. So this also provides the icons. So if I go back and if I show you here Lucid React icons, then you will see that we have tons of icons which we can use it. But there's another way. If you're using a Tailwind, then you can also use the hero icons, and in the hero icons you will see that you have multiple icons. So I'm going to go home, then you will see you have the home icons. Now we will use both, so that I will show you both the methods, how you can use both type of icons into your project. First, let's go with this hero icons. So here it will provide you two ways. You can either copy the SVG or you can copy the JSX. So I will copy the SVG and I will paste it. Now, if you copy the SVG, how you can do that, go back to our Visual Studio Code, and here you will see that in the assets, I have the icons. So I created a file, maybe the home SVG, and I just paste the content which I just copied. So this way you will see that I have now got all my icons here. Now let's use those icons. So I will go to the sidebar and I will import all the icons first. So I will have the home icon, and this will be coming from the @assets icons, and I'm going to have the home SVG. All right, I'm just going to copy and paste for the other icons as well. So next will be, I'm going to have the add icon, and I'm going to change this to add. Then I'm going to have the direct icon. I'm going to change this to direct. Then I'm going to have the log out. I'm going to change this to log out, and I will just name it as icon. Then I'm going to have my photos icon, and I'm going to change this as my photos. Then I'm going to have the settings icon. I will change this to settings. All right, we have two more, so I'm going to copy and add them. So one will be the notification icon, and this will get changed to notification.svg, and the last one will be the profile icon, and this will get changed to profile. So we have all this, and now let's go and let's add them in our nav items. So I'm going to copy, I'm going to add my nav items. All right, and now let's change them. So first one will be the home icon. Then I'm going to have the add photo or photos, and this will be changed to the post. And here I'm going to have the add icon. Then I'm going to have the my photos. This will be my photos, and here I'm going to have the my photo icon. All right, then I'm going to have the profile. So this will get changed to profile, and I will have the profile icon. Next, I will have the notifications. So let's have the notifications, and for this we don't have any page, so I'm just going to use it hash, and we are going to have the notification icon. Then we are going to have the direct. we don't have any page, so I'm going to put hash, and we are going to have the direct icon. Then we are going to have the settings. We don't have any page. I'm going to put hash. We will have the settings icon. All right. And for the logout, we are not going to use it from the nav items because we need to call a function on the logout as a logout function. So that's why we will only have these nav items. Now let's go and use them. So what I will do is I'm going to have my JSX here, and to the JSX, we're going to have the nav. All right, and to the nav, let's give some class names. So I'm going to use the flex. I will have the flex column so that we have the menus in a column structure. I'm going to use the space x2. All right, we're going to use the position relative. I will have the screen height as h screen, and I will have the width as max width for a smaller screen, so max WSM. Then I'm going to have the full width, so let's have the full width. And inside this nav item, I will create another div where we are going to have our logo. So what I will do is I'm going to have a class name as lex. Then I'm going to have the justify content center, and I'm going to give the margin as 5. Let's have a div here, and in this div I will have our application name logo as photogram, and let's give the text color. So I will have the text as white, and the text size will be large. All right, so we can go and check. Then we see that we have our logo now. Now below the logo, we are just going to render the list of all our nav items. So what I will do is I'm going to have the curly braces. I will have the nav items dot map, which is going to give us the item. I'm going to have the arrow function, and in this I will have a div. All right, let's give the class names to the div, and I will also give a key here, and this key will be the item dot name. And inside this I'm going to have the link tag. So let's have the link tag, and that link will have a 2 where I'm going to give the item dot link, and inside that I'm going to have a span which is going to have my icon, and then I'm going to have another span which is going to have my item name. So this will be the item dot name. We can go and check. We see that we have home, add photos, my photos, profile, and all the nav items, but we need to make and change the colors. So what I will do is we can go here and let's give some class names. So here we need to combine the class names, and each of my menu items should have a style like a button. So what I will do is we will have to use a combine utility for combining the class. So you will see that when we install Shadcn into the project, we actually got a util folder. So if I go and we see library util, where we have a function export cn, which is actually going to use the tw merge, which is the Tailwind classes merge, and it's going to merge all the classes that we provide. So we're going to use that. So what I will do is I'm going to have a cn function here. All right, and this function is going to merge the classes. So I want the look to be like a button, so I'm going to use a button variant. So we have a button variant, and inside button variant, what I will do is I'm going to give my variant, and my variant will be the default. And now we can give more class names here. So the other class which we need to provide is conditional. So we need to have an active state of our nav items. So if a nav item is active, we want to make it in a different color, while the rest which are not active, they will be in a different color. So what I will do is how I will identify that which route or which nav item is currently active. We can do it using the path name from the use location hook. So what I will do is let's import the use location hook. So I will have the use location hook. And here if I go, and what I will do is I'm going to have a path name from this use location hook. So we're going to have the use location, and that use location will give us the path name. All right, so I can go here and I can have here the condition that if the path name is equals to item dot link, then in that case I need to apply some CSS. If not, I need to apply some other CSS. So if it is equal, that means that link is an active link. So for the active link, what I will do is I will have the background color as white. Oops, this should be BG. I will have the text as white 800. Then when we hover on that, in that case I will change the background, and that will be white, and we will have the rounded as none. All right, but if the link is not an active link, we see there is an error, so we actually add a typo here. But if it's not an active link, in that case what we will do is if we hover the non-active link, we are going to change the background as slate 950, and the text color for that will be text white, and normally it will be transparent if we are not hovering it, and we are going to have the rounded none. All right, so we have this. If we go and check, then we see that this is the active link. If we click on add photos, then oops, we will not have it because we need to provide the layout here. All right, so for now only home we will see, and we also need to have the icon here. So let's put that. And the last class we need to add is I will also need to add the justify start. So I want all the menu items to be at the start, so I will have the justify start. So now you will see that what this CN will do, it's going to take all the different CSS and then it's going to merge all those classes. So that's what the CN function is doing here. Now we will go down, and for the link item, what we will do is we are going to provide a class name as flex. And for the first span, we are going to have our image tag. So I'm going to have the image. I will provide the source, and source will be the item.icon. All right, we are going to give the class name. We want the icon width should be 5 and height should be 5, and we want the margin right to be 2. All right, and let's put the alt tag as well. So for the alt tag, I'm going to have my item dot name. All right, so now let's go and let's check. So if I go here, then you will see that we have the icons, but I want to change the color of that icon. So let's go and let's do that. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and I will put a style here, and in the style what we will do is I'm going to use the filter attribute. So let's have the filter, and here what I will do is let's have a backtick. I will have the condition here. So if we have the path name, that means for the active link, so this will be equals to the item dot link. So for the active link, what I want is I want to do an invert 0. And for non-active link, what I will give is I'm going to just do the invert 1. So I will have the invert 1. All right. Now if we go and if we see, then this is what we see now. So for the active, I want to have a black color because the background will be white, but for all the non-actives, I want my icon color to be white. So we have done with this. Now we only need to add the logout button here. So what we will do is we are going to use the same styling for the logout as well. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will copy this whole block and I will just put the whole block here. All right. And here what I will do the changes is that instead of the item.link, I want to check for the /login. We don't need a key because this is not going to be a list. And here we will go to the /login. So when you click on a logout, you have to go to the login page. Now we need to give the source. For the source, what we will do is we are going to have the logout icon. Alt, we are going to give the alt as logout. So let me have the logout, and here I will have the login. So /login. All right, and here what I will do is I'm simply going to have the logout. So let me have the logout, and I will also need to have an on click. So when you click on the logout button, you need to log out. So what I will do is I'm going to have the on click, and on click you need to call a logout function. So we already have a logout function in our context API. So if we go to the context API, we see we have a logout. So let's use that logout. So what I will do is I will go here. I'm going to have a constant, then I'm going to have the log out, and this logout will be coming from the use user auth. All right, let's use that. So I'm going to go here. I will have the logout and I will save. Now let's go and let's try. All right, so we see that we have the logout here, but we see that we have a little bit gap here. So let's check what that gap is. So I'm going to go to the inspect. Then we see that we have a bit of margin there. So this space, what we can do is we can just remove this. We will not use it. So I'm going to just remove that. All right, so now it should work as expected. So we see that we have this one. Now what we will do is we are going to put the layout in all our pages, like add photos, my photos, and profile. Let's go back and let's put our layout in all the pages. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this. So let's start from the home. So home, we already have that layout. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to go to the my photos. I'm going to add it here. All right, and this will get changed to my photos. Then I will also go to post. I'm going to add it here. This will get changed to create post. Then profile, I will change this, and this will get changed to profile. All right, and we need to import the layout. So let's have the layout imported. So I will have the layout here. We already imported, here we already imported, and here we already have it. So let's go and let's check now. So if we go to photos, we have the create post, my photos, we have profile, notification will not work, direct and settings will not work. And if we click on the logout, we should go to the login page. So if I click on it, we go to the login page. All right, let's log in. So I'm going to have the page at the rate gmail.com. Then I will have the password and I will go to the login. All right, so we have already done with our layout and nav item. The next we will do is we are going to work on the add photos, where we are going to have a form and we will have the caption for the photo, and then we will just see how we can upload photos into our application. So this is going to be a little bit interesting because we are going to use Uploadcare to upload the photos. All right, so let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's work on the create post. So I'm going to go back to Visual Studio Code, and here let's go to the post. All right, so this is the create post, and the first thing is let's create the JSX first. So what I will do is I'm going to remove this, and here I will have a div. So I'm going to give a class name to the div. So I will have the flex, and I will have justify center. Then I'm going to have a div with the class name, and for this I'm going to give the border. Then I will need the max width, and the max width will be 3XL. All right, then I will give the width as full. All right, and then I'm going to have an h3 tag where I will have the create post. I'll give some classes to it. So for the h3 I will have the background slate 800. Then I'm going to have the text as white. The text should be in the center, and the text size will be large, and I'm going to have the padding as 2. All right, if we go and we see, then we have this one, but the text color is not white. So let's check why the text color is not white. So we did a typo here. So now we have the white color. Now for the other thing, what we need to do is we have this div, we have the h3, and now we will create a form here. So let's have a div. I'm going to have a class name. I will give the padding as 8, and into this I'm going to have the form, and inside the form I will have another div where I will give the class name as flex, and I will use the flex column. So I want all my elements of the form should be in a column structure. So I will have the flex call. All right, then I will use the label. So we are going to use the label from our Shadcn components. So we will have the components UI label. I will give the class name to the label. I will have the margin bottom as 4, and the label name will be photo caption. I will also use the HTML for, and this will be for the caption. All right, so we see that we have the photo caption label. Now we need to give the text area below that. So let's have the text area, and we are going to use the Shadcn, so we need to install the text area. So what I will do is we will go, and if we go here, then I will just install the text area. So we can just use npx Shadcn add, and we will add the text area. Right, oops, we see that the selected component not found or existing. So let's go and let's see how we can install it. So if I go here and let's see what is the exact name. So if I go to text area, I will click on it, and this is how we install. Oh, it should be lowercase. I just added the uppercase. So I'm going to go, all right, I will copy, and or maybe I will just change this to small. All right, so now it's installed, and now we can use the text area in the project. So I will have the text area, and to the text area, let's have the class. I'm going to give the margin bottom 8, and on the text area, what I will have is I will have the ID. So we will be using the ID as caption, because for the label we have already given the HTML for caption. Then I will have the placeholder. So the placeholder value will be what's in your photo. Then after the text area, what we want is we need to have a div. We will give the class name. So I'm going to have the class as flex call. All right, then I'm going to have the label for my photos. So let me have the label. I will give the class name. I will have the margin bottom as 4, and this label will be for the photos. So I will have the HTML for photo. All right, and I will have the photos here. So let me have the label as photos. All right, then I will just close the div, and just below the div we are going to use the button, and this button will have a class name, and I'm going to give the margin top as 8 and width as 32. All right, I will give the type, and the type of the button will be submit, and I'm going to close the button, and we are going to have the value as post. So I have a div where I want to close this div here. All right, then I will have another div, and that will get closed here, and then I have a div, so I just need to remove this div. All right, so now we have the errors are gone. We had some issue with the divs, so now let's go and let's check. So if I go here and if I see, then this is how our form looks like, and we will type anything here, and then we will upload our photos from here. All right, but before doing that, we need to build this upload functionality. So that's where we are not going to build anything related to the upload functionality. Instead of that, we are going to use Uploadcare. So let me give you a walkthrough of what is Uploadcare and how we can integrate it into our React project so that it will just manage all the file handling part for us. So I'm going to go to the Uploadcare. So this is the official website of the Uploadcare. So we will be using Uploadcare for handling the files and the photo uploads, and it basically provides a file uploader to us, which will ease our lives and make it extremely smooth to upload, store, transform, optimize, and deliver images, videos via CDN. So when we upload the image, it will go to the Uploadcare CDN, and then from there it will be served. So it will be very fast, and it's very easy to integrate the Uploadcare into our project. And in just few minutes, we will have the complete file uploader UI where you will see all the loading state and everything. And it's a very lightweight, light speed, customizable. So let's see how we can use it. So you just need to sign up, and once you sign up, you will go to the dashboard. So I have already created an account. So I will go to the dashboard, and this is how the dashboard will look like. In the dashboard, what we will do is we are first going to create a project. So my project name is Photogram. All right, so this will also ask that allow search engine indexing. We will just check it, and then we will click on the create. So now this has created our new project, and now when we click on it, you will see that how we can use it. So right now this is empty because we did not upload any of the files here. So we can just click on get started, and here it will show you that how you can integrate the uploader into our application. We are using React, so we will just select the React, and first we will need to install the uploader library. So let's use that. So I'm going to copy. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and let's open the terminal, and I'm going to install it. So I'm going to hit enter, and this is going to install the uploader library into our project. All right, we have that. Next, what we can do is we can just insert the uploader in our page. So we can just insert it like this. You have a ready-made code. You don't have to do anything. You can just use it. Then what we will do is we are using TypeScript. So let's add this types. So it will provide us the types for the Uploadcare. So I'm going to go to the Visual Studio Code. Let's go to the TypeScript configuration file. This is the TypeScript configuration file. And here we will just go at the end, and then we will just include it. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and I will add it here. All right, we have that. And once you have that, what you can do is your uploader is already configured. So they also have some examples. So they have these different examples, and we are just going to use this file upload form. So let's open that. And here is a complete example how you can use it into your project, like this upload button, and you will get this UI. So let's go and let's do that. What I will do is I'm going to go to this components, and I will use the FileUploader.tsx. So I'm going to create a file uploader into my project. So let's go. I'm going to minimize this. All right, I will go on the components section, and here I'm going to create the file uploader. So I'm going to click here. Let's have a folder as file uploader, and inside the file uploader, I'm going to create a file as index.tsx. So now let's create this component. So I'm going to have the component, and I will name it as file uploader. All right, and on this file uploader, what we will do is we are going to use if we go back here, we will have to use this one. We will just import these two statements. So I'm going to copy. All right, and I'm going to put it here. Okay, and then what we need to do is we need to register the web component. So it's using a web component, this LR, and we need to register this block. So I'm going to use this LR register block. Let's go here and let's add it here. Now we have already registered, and it also gives us two different components. One is the LR config and one is the LR file uploader. The LR config is basically the configuration where you will have your public key for the project. I'm going to remove this project after I just record the video. So you need to have your own. So even though if you use this, it will not work for you. Now what we can do is we have this LR config. which has a name property on that, which is my uploader, and we just link this my uploader with the LR file, which is the uploader regular. So you can just copy this and put it in your code. So I'm going to copy this and I will go to my code, and here I'm going to just add it. So I have this. Now let's go and let's try it. So what I will do is I have already added these two files and these two components. Now we can just use the file uploader into our post. So I will go to the post, and here what I will do is I'm going to have the file uploader. All right, so we can use that, and let's give a try. So if I go here, then you will see that I automatically have my upload files, and when I click on it, I get this nicely developed widget which will just make it easy for me to upload my files. I can just do drag and drop. I can just upload the images from device, from link, camera, Dropbox, Google Drive. So let me give you a try. So let's say if I want to upload an image, I will select an image, and it will just have a progress bar and it will upload the image. Now once the image is uploaded, it also provides us the tool to do the edit. So you will see that I can just crop the image as I want. I can also have apply some filters like brightness, exposure, gamma, and I can also have some pre-built filters. Like if I change the filters, then it will automatically apply it on the image. So that's how the Uploadcare library is powerful. So I can select it, I can also remove it, and I can also clear it, or I can also delete it. Let me click on done. Once I click on done, you will see that if I go back here and if we go to the files, we will see that we have the files here. Now it is not just the uploader of the file, but on the fly it also optimizes these files. So you will see here on the fly it optimized the JPEG image to the AVIF, which just has 11.4 KB. So it's 97% optimized image. And now if you want to access this image, you can simply access this image via the CDN link. So here you will see that we have the link. So I'm going to copy. I will go here and I will just put it here, and I will hit enter, and you will see that this is how the image is delivered via their CDN link. So it is extremely fast, and the best part is that you also have the operations here. So you can just change the operations, and you can just have the image resizing and all the filters. Like you have all the image transformation. So if I want the image to be 200 by 200, then I will just change the preview and I will give the dimensions, and if I hit enter, then you will see the image is automatically got 200 by 200. All right, so we have this. Now if we want to customize our UI, so this is how the UI looks like. And if we want to customize it, what we can do is you have this file uploader where you have a complete widget, and you can just change the look and feel. So if you want a minimal, then you can select minimal. If you want model, you can select the model. All right, you can also change the theme. You want a light theme or a dark theme. I will prefer the light theme. You want the image editor or not, you can just have a toggle here which will give you a feature of image editing. Then you can click on next, and you can also define the sources, from which sources you want to allow the user to upload the images. So if I click here, then you will see that it will automatically start increasing. So I'm going to just remove all this, and then it also provides some validation stuff, that what type of the files or sizes which we can upload it. We want a single upload or we want multiple uploads. And then once you have it, you can just use React, and you can use this configuration, and you will get the exact uploader which you have just configured here. So that's deep customization they are providing. So it's highly customizable, and we can just use it according to our needs. So let's go back to our Visual Studio Code and let's work on that. So what we are going to do is, so we have the file uploader added here. The next thing what we will do is we are going to create an interface for our post. Let's go to the type, and here we are going to create an interface. So I will have the export, and I will have the interface as for the post. And for this, what I will have is I will have the caption, which will be of type string. Then I will have the photos. All right, and I will give the photo as type as photo meta, which is actually going to contain the meta information of the photos that we have. Then we are going to have the likes for our post, and the likes will be number. Oops, there should be colon. And then we are going to have the user likes. So this will be an array which is going to store the user ID, that which user has liked the post, so that we have a track of it. Then we are going to have the user ID, which will be a string, or it can be a null. All right, and then we are going to have the date. So let me have the date. Now we need to create this photo meta. So let's have that. So I'm going to have the export interface photo meta, and this is going to have the CDN URL that we will get it after we upload the image. So I'm going to have it as string, and then we will have the UUID. So when you upload any of the image in the Uploadcare, it is going to be identified based on the UUID. So I'm going to have a UUID as string. Now we will also create one more interface, which will be the file entry. So I will just explain you in a bit what this interface is, but let me create it first. So I will have the file entry. All right, and this file entry will be the files that we are going to upload. So we are going to have the output file entry, and this type is provided by the Uploadcare. So I'm going to have this. All right, so we have created all the interfaces. Now we can just use them in our components. So I will go to the post component, and in the post component, what we will do is we will start with, first let's have the reference for the logged in user. So I will have the user, this will be equals to the use user auth. All right, then I'm going to create a constant, and I will create a state variable of file entry, set file entry. This will be equals to the use state, and the type will be file entry. So we have already created the file entry type. All right, and then we need to provide the initial value. So let's have the initial value. So initial value will be files, which will be an array. So these files will basically be the files that we are uploading to the Uploadcare using the uploader, and then once we upload the image, we are going to get the output after the upload, where we will have all the CDN link, UUID, and that will be as a array because we can upload multiple images. So it should be an array, and that's where we are going to have all the files here. The second I want is the post. So we are going to have the post, and we will have the set post, which will be equals to the use state, and we need to provide the type, and the type will be post. All right, then we need to provide the initial state. So let's have the initial state. The caption will be empty, the photos will be empty array, the likes would be 0, user likes would be an empty array. Then we are going to have the user ID, which will be null initially, and at last we are going to have the date, which will be the new type of date. All right, so this is our initial post will look like as the initial state for the post. So we have this. Now what we need to do is next we need to have to submit the post. So what I will do is we have the form. So let's have the on submit, and we're going to have the handle submit. All right, and for the text area, when a user type in the text area, we are going to have the value. So let's have the value as post dot caption, and we are going to have an on change here. So on change, we are going to have the event, and once we have the event, we are going to set the post, and on the post we are first going to take all the values that are available in the post, and then we are going to have the caption. So we are going to set the caption as event.target.value. Oops, not validation message, it should be value. Okay, and we have this, and the one thing we need to do is for the file uploader, we are going to pass some props where the file uploader component will upload the files and get the CDN links and the output of the files after the upload. So what we will do is for the file uploader, let's use the file entry, and we are going to pass the file entry that we have as a state. And then we are also going to have an on change event, and for the on change, what I will do is I will have this set file entry. All right, so we will also write the handle submit function here. So let's go here, and here what I will do is I'm going to have a constant handle submit, which will be equals to an arrow function, and here we are going to have an, let's have the async, and we are going to have the event, and the event will be react.mouse event, and we are going to have the HTML form element. All right, then we are going to have the arrow function, and we're going to have the event.prevent default so that it will not refresh our page. And I will also do a console.log of the file entry, or maybe uploaded file entry, and let's print that. So I'm going to have the file entry. All right, and I will also have the console.log of the created post is. All right, so for now we will just keep it as it is, and we need to work on the uploader side. So we have this two props passed to the file uploader. Let's handle them in the file uploader. So I will go to the file uploader component. So this is the component, and we pass two props here. So let's handle those props. So the first is file entry, and this will be of type file entry, and the second one is on change, and this is going to give me the file entry of type file entry, and it's going to return the void. All right, now if we go back to the post, then we don't see any errors in the post. So let's go and let's work here. So this should be file entry. All right, so now we will use these two props here. So what I will do is I'm going to have both the props. One will be the file entry and the other one will be the on change. Okay, and I will also create a state variable. So if we go and we see this reference code, then you will see that they create a state variable. So we are going to use the same state variable. So let me copy and I'm going to add it here. The state variable will have the output file entry. All right, and then it actually provides us this CTX provider reference using the user ref, which actually help us to give all the information about the file uploads, all the states and everything. So I will just do a copy and put it here. All right, now we need to use this CTX provider ref into our JSX. So what I will do is let's have this, we will go down and we will just copy that. So I'm going to go down. All right, and then here we have the CTX provider. So I'm going to copy this and put our CTX provider here. So we have the CTX provider as well. And now we need to handle the state. So once the file is uploaded, we need to get the details of those files. So what we will do is we can just go and take the reference of this project and just take out the file. Now we just need to use the handle upload event. So you see that we have the handle upload event. So what I will do is I'm going to copy this use effect and we will use it so that we will get the information about the uploaded files. So I'm going to use it here and I will remove all this stuff which we don't want, and let's import the use effect. So what I will do is I will go here and I'm going to import the use effect. I will also import the use ref and I will also have the use state. All right, so we have the use state and everything. We will also need to have the output file entry. So let me have the output file entry. I will also have the output file entry here. And this is actually going to be executed when you upload the image. You have the handle upload event where you will have the event and you will use the set uploaded files. So what we can do is I can have a console log here. So let me have the console.log and I will have the uploaded file event is, and I'm going to have the event here so that we can see what we get the event here. Now we have this event and we also need to have another use effect where we will actually going to handle the reset uploader state. So once we are done with the upload, we need to reset that state so that it is available to upload the new image for the new post. So what we can do is we can just use one more use effect and we can have this resetter. So everything is already implemented. It's just we need to know how we can use it. So what I will do is I'm going to have another use effect where I will have the reset uploader state, and this is going to reset the state of the uploader once the files are uploaded so that it is available for the next upload or the next post. Now we can just give a try. So what I will do is we will just go back to our code, and here what we can do is we can just try to upload a file. So I'm going to upload this one. All right, I will click open, and since it is now uploaded, we can click on done. Before that, we will go to the inspect and we will see what events we get. So I'm going to go to the console log and I see that we have a problem. Use state is not defined. So let's go and let's check. So we'll add some few attributes here. So what attributes we are going to add is we are going to have the multiple. So we will allow it to upload multiple images. So I'm going to set it as true. All right, I will also have the confirm upload, that will be set it as false. All right, I will have the remove copyright and I'm going to change this to true. All right, and then I will also have to have image only. So right now we will not allow to upload videos, so we will just support the images. All right, then we have the file uploader, which is our regular uploader. We have the CTX as my uploader, and then we have the upload CTX provider. We have the same uploader and we provided the CTX reference. Now we will also do one more thing. We will also have to add the preview of the images that we have uploaded. For that, what I will do is I'm going to create a div here. All right, I'm going to give the class name as grid and I will have two grids. So I will have the two columns and I need to give the grid gap. So I will have the gap as 4 and I will have the margin top as 8. And then for that, what I will have is I'm going to loop through the file entry. All right, and then I will have the files dot map, and I will have the individual file, and then I'm just going to add those images. So what I will do is I will have a div. I will close the div, and this will be the brackets. So this will be round brackets instead of the curly bracket. So I have the div. I will provide the class name as relative. All right, and inside that I'm going to have my image tag where I'm going to render the images. I will also need to provide the key, as we are using the map, so it will give a list. So let's have the key, and the key will be file.uuid. all right, I will have the source. We need to provide the source, and then I'm going to have the key, and the key will be file.uuid. all right, and to the source we are going to have the CDN link. So what I will do is I'm going to use the backtick, and I will have the $file.cdn URL, and to the CDN URL we are just going to have some formatting. For right now I will not put any formatting, we're just going to display it. All right, so we have added the image, and we will also have a cross icon so that we can remove the image if we want. So what I will do is I'm going to have a div. I will have a class name, and I will give the class name as maybe cursor. I want cursor pointer. I will have the flex. I will have the justify center, position absolute. So this is, I'm adding a small cross icon on the image so that if you want to remove it, you can just remove that. Then I'm going to have a margin negative. So I will have the right as -2. Then I will have the top as -2. I will have the background color as white. I will have the border as 2, and I will have the border color. So the border color will be border slate 800. I will have the rounded full. So this rounded full will give me a circle. All right, and I'm going to give the width and height. So the width and height will be 7. Now I'm going to close the div. All right, and into this div what I will do is I'm going to have a button. So let's have a button, and I'm going to give the class name to the button as text slate 800. I will have the text in the center, so I will have text center. All right, I will give the type, and the type will be of button, and we will have the on click. And on the on click what I will do is I'm going to have a function which will be handle remove click, and I'm going to provide the file.uuid, and then we are going to have the cross into that button. Now we have this cross, we need to write this handle remove click, and now let's write this function. So what I will do is I will go up, and then I will write my function here. All right, so let's go here, and I will have my constant handle remove click, and this is going to be an arrow function, and here I will simply log console log the I am clicked, and I will have my file entry dot files here. Let's go and let's test. So I will go here, and I'm going to refresh my page, and what I will do is I will have, this is my post. I will upload the photos. So let me upload 2 photos. So I'm going to upload these 2. I'm going to click open, and I'm not going to edit anything. I will click on done, and you will see that we have the preview of the photos, and you will see that here we have the complete event as well. So if I open this, then we see that we have the details. Inside the detail we have an array with 2 elements, and those 2 elements will be the actual file names or the file information that we have uploaded. So here we see that we don't have the CDN URL, but as the event progress, we will have a entry where we will also have the CDN URLs. So here you will see that we have the CDN URL, and we also have the UUID for the images. So that's how we do it. But now I don't want this images to be loaded with a full width. I just need to have a preview of it. So what we can do is now we can go to the Uploadcare. I will go back here. We have these 2 images, and what we can do is we can start using the operations. So here you will see that it's on the fly optimization. So if I go here, and if I go to the network tab, and if I see the images, then we will see that we have different images types here. Okay, let me just have the images, and if I go here, then we can define the what type of image we want, what should be the quality, and if we don't define anything, then it's going to provide us all the different types of the images that it has created. So this one is a JPEG image, then this one is a PNG image, and this one is a some other form, maybe the image AVF. So we need to specify that so that we will only receive that image which we want. And here we can add some operations. So what I will do is let's add some operations here. So what you can do is you can put slash and then you can have an hyphen and then you can define the operation. So I will have the format as auto, then I will have the quality. So let's have the quality and I will use the quality as smart. I will also have the stretch and I'm going to use the stretch as fill. And I will let you know what all these are, this quality, smart, what is the stretch. I will tell you everything what each of these operation means here. But before that, we will just finish our remove handle click. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and we will just use this. So what I will do is if I click on cancel, okay, I'm going to clear it. And if I click on the cancel, you see that I am clicked and we have these two files into our file entry.files. All right. So I'm going to use this and let's delete them. And here what I will do is I'm going to have the UUID and this UUID will be the output file entry and I will have the UUID. All right, I'm going to have my arrow function here and I will have the on change. All right, then I'm going to have the files and I'm going to use the use callback so that we will just optimize this function. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will have the use callback. All right. Or we can also do one more thing. We can just use the function that is available here. So let's go and let's copy the function. So I'm going to copy this function. All right, and then I'm going to just use the function here, but we need to change the stuff. So we have the UUID, output file entry, UUID, on change, and on change we have the files. So we are going to have this, we will have the files and this file will be coming from the file entry dot files. Then we are going to have the filter and we are going to apply the filter f.uuid, which will not be equals to the UUID. Then we're going to have our bracket here and then we are just going to pass the dependencies. So the dependency will be the file entry dot files and then we have the on change. All right. So now if we go and if we try, so let me have, this is my new post. I will upload the file. So I'm going to upload this file. All right, I'm going to click on done and we see that we have a broken image. So we made some mistakes. So let's go and let's check. So if I go here, then here we did some mistake and we actually miss a slash in the end. So I will add it here and we also miss a slash here. So we need to add this slash properly, otherwise the operation will not work. So you see that now we have this image and we can also click on it and the image will be deleted. All right, and now when we click on the post, so let me go and I will click on the post, then we see that this is our post looks like. We have, this is a new post. Currently we don't have any photos, no UUID and no user like. Now let's complete this, but before that I want to show you how we can use this optimization here. So you will see that we have the, we can click here and we see that how the optimization works here. So once we upload the original image, this will be like this, and it also have an optimized version which will be like this in the WebP format. All right, and if we want to integrate the optimization into our project, then this is how the guide looks like. We have a CDN link and then we access the image via the UUID. Once we have that, and if we want to fit the image with the layout, we use a preview as an operation and then we just give the dimensions. All right, if we want an optimal image format, then we can use the format auto, and then if we want to correct the compressions and all this, we will use quality and smart. We can just go through a documentation quickly and see how different optimizations are available, and we might use one or two of them into our project as per the project need. So this is how the optimization is. We just saw how we do the preview, and then there are a couple of optimizations available. If you want to preview your image, you want to scale, crop, resize or crop, you can do everything by just using the operations and then just passing the parameters. So for the format, you will pass the format and then you will provide the format, which format you want. So let's take an example. If we want to see for one of the image, so I will go to the files and here I'm going to copy the URL. I will open the URL here. All right. And for the format, if I want to have a format, I will have the format as JPEG. So I will do the inspect. I will go to the network tab. And if I want the format as JPEG, I will hit enter, and you will see that we get the JPEG image. And if we want to get another format, then you will see that we have different formats here. We want WebP. So let's use the WebP, and we will be getting the WebP. So I'm going to change this. I will have the WebP, and you will see that we have this WebP image. All right. So that's how you can do the different formats, and you can have the quality as well. If you want a normal quality, better, or compressed, you can use the quality parameter, and then you can just have the quality. Progressive is also one of the very useful parameters. So if you have a image loading slowly because of the heavy images or maybe the low internet, then you can use the progressive loading. Then you can also check for the responsive images. So if you want to adapt your images based on your screen size, then you can use different ways of using it. You can just follow the documentation guide, and then you can just figure out what use case actually fit for you. And for the transformation part, we can see here that if we have an image, maybe we want to resize the image 200x. So what we can do is I will just copy this. I will go here and I will just use the resize. Oops, I have 2 times. So I'm going to remove that, and I will use the resize, and you will see that the image will get resized. So everything is done with the help of the APIs. You have resize, you can do smart resize, crop. So you can just follow through this guide and go through the documentation. So one of the feature I want to show you is the circle crop. So if I click on it, then you will see that if you want to implement a profile image feature, which we are going to use it in our application as well, then we can directly request for a image with a border radius, and we can have a circular image. All right. We can also have a background removal. You can use the background removal, and that will remove your background, and you can have the overlays and face detections. All right. So now let's get back to our project, and we will continue to build that. So what we will do is we have this. Now we want to be able to post our photos. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code. All right. And we will go to the post, and on the post, we are going to work on the handle submit. All right. So we will also see what value we get in the file entry. So we will have the file entry dot files. All right. And now if we go and check, then we will see that we already have it here. So we have a simple array, and there's nothing inside it. So if I upload a new photo and I open it, all right, I will close, I click on done. And if I click on the post, then you will see that we have the one file into our file entry. All right. So now let's write that function. Okay, so we have this. Now what we will do is first we are going to have the photo meta. So we are going to extract the CDN URL from that. So this will be of type photo meta array, and this will be equals to the file entry dot files dot map, and we are going to get the file. All right, then we are going to have the arrow function, and here we are going to return the object. So what we want to return is we are going to return the CDN URL, and the CDN URL will be the file CDN URL, and we want to return the UUID. So we are going to have the UUID as file dot UUID. All right, once we have that, what we will do is we will also need to have our user. So let's have the user. We already have the user, so we will just use the user. All right, and here what I will do is if our user is not equal to null, then in that case we are going to create our post. So we are going to have our post as new post of type post, and this will be equals to, we have all the properties of our post. Then we are going to have the user ID. So we're going to have the user. If you have the user, then we are going to take the user ID, which is the UID. And if we don't have, we will just take it as null. All right, although we have done the null check, but I will just add it. And then we are going to have the photos, which will be equals to the photo meta. All right, now we have the new post, and then if we want to post it, what we need to do is we need to have our Firestore database set up. So for now, I will just do a simple console.log, and we are going to log the final post is, and this will be our new post. All right, and this will be the post, so not the photos. All right, now we can give a try. So if we go here and if we refresh it, all right, I will have this is my photo. I'm going to upload the photo image. All right, now I'm going to click on done. And for what I can do is I am loading the heavy image, but I can just change it to WebP. So I will go to the uploader. All right, and in the uploader, in the format, I will change it to WebP. All right, Now I have the image, and if I click on the post, then this is our final post. We have the caption, we have the date, we have the photo, then we have the user ID, which is a logged in user, and then we have this. Now we need to store this record or a document into our Firestore database. So let's go and let's see that. So what I will do is I'm going to go to my console, and in the console, what I will do is I will go to the project, and in the project, I will go to the Firestore. All right, and let's create the database here. So I will create the database into the region which is close to me. All right, and then I'm going to click next. I will use it in the test mode. So I will click create. All right, so our database is created. Now what we will do is let's go and let's write our repository services where we will have all the operations related to the Firestore. So what we will do is I'm going to go back here. All right, and I will go to the source folder, and I'm going to create a new folder which will be repository. So let me have the repository. All right, and in this repository, what I will do is I'm going to create a new file. All right, I will have the post service.ts. All right, so now we can write all the functions related to the operations that we need to perform with the Firestore database. So what we will do is first let's import the DB from the config. All right, and then what I will do is I'm going to create a constant for collection name. So I'm going to have a constant for collection name, and the name will be post. Now let's create different functions. So I will have the constant export. I will first have the create post, and this is going to accept a post of type post, and this is going to be an arrow function. All right, and here what I will do is I'm going to return add doc. So we are going to have a function add doc from the Firestore, from the Firebase Firestore. And here we are going to have the collection. We are going to pass the DB. We're going to pass the collection name. So let's have the collection name. All right. And then we need to pass the post. All right. So we need to import this. So let me have the post. So this is how we will do the create post. Now let's have the get all posts. So if we want to get all the posts, we are going to use the constant export get posts, and this is going to be an arrow function. And here we are going to create a query. So let's have a query. So I'm going to have the constant queue. I will create the query where I will pass the collection. Let's have the DB and collection name. And then I want that whenever I retrieve the post, I want my latest post based on the date should be retrieved on the top. So we do an order by. So let's have the order by, and I'm going to order by the date and in the descending order. Now we have this query, and now we just need to use this query. So what I will do is we are going to have a return, and we will have the get docs. All right, and we are going to pass our query here. All right, so this way we will do get all post. Now the next function I want is I want get post by the user ID, so that if I go to my post or my photos, then I should be able to see all the posts that I have done. So we are going to have the next function, and that will be a constant get post by user ID. And here we are going to have the ID, which will be of type string. I'm going to have the arrow function, and we're going to have a query again, where we will have our query. We're going to have the collection. Then we are going to pass the DB, our collection name. All right, and then we need to have a where clause where we are going to have our query. So for the where clause, what I will do is I'm going to have my user ID, and this should be equals to the ID that we are passing. Then we will also have the get a single post. So if we want to get a single post, then let's have a function for that. So I'm going to have the export constant. All right, and for the get post, I will pass the ID, which will be a string. I'm going to have the arrow function. I will have a constant doc ref. All right, and this will be equals to doc. We will import the doc from the Firestore. We will have the DB. Let's have the collection name, and then I will pass the ID. All right, this is going to give me the document reference which is available based on the ID, and then we will just return them with the get doc, and we are going to pass the doc ref. All right, and now we will also do it for the delete. So let's have a delete. So I'm going to have the delete post. We'll take the ID. We will have the to return. So maybe I will remove this. And here what we will do is we will do a delete doc, and for the delete doc, what we will do is we are going to have a doc. We will have our DB collection name, and then we need to pass the ID. So we have created all the functions that are required for our operations with the Firestore. Now you must be wondering from where I got all these functions and what is this query and everything. So I will give you some ideas. So if you go to the Firebase documentation, okay, let me go to Firebase and I will search manage data Firestore. All right, so you have the add data to the cloud Firestore. So here you will see that we have all the information, how we add the data into the Firestore database, how is the structure, how we can delete it, how we can read and write everything. So here you will see that read. So if you want to get a data from the collection, then you can just follow this guide and you can just come up. So get a document. Then if you want to have a, let's scroll, get multiple documents from a collection, then you can just create a query and then you can use it. So everything is available in the Firebase documentation. I just went through it and just read it and then came up with my functions. All right, so we have this one. Now what we will do is we are going to complete our create post. So I will go here and now we can just make use of our functions. All right, so we will go here and then once we have the new post, what I will do is let's go here. I will have a create post from the post service. So I will use await here and we will have the create post where we just need to pass our new post. And once we create the post, we want the user to be navigated on the home page. So for that, we will use the use navigate hook again. So let me have a constant here. I will have a navigate and this is going to be equals to the use navigate. All right, now we can make use of the use navigate hook. So I will go here and we have navigate and then we are going to have slash here. And if it's not the case, that means the user is null, then we need to redirect the user to the login screen. So let me have the navigate and we navigate the user to slash login. Now let's give a try and let's try to create a post. So what I will do is I will go here. Okay, I'm going to create a post that this is my first post. I will upload the images. So I'm going to upload maybe this image. Okay, I'm click open. I'll click done. All right. Now we see the images. We can do some more improvements, like we see that we have this cross button, but the image is still loading, but we will do all these improvements later on once we build the application core. Now we click on the post and we see that this was the final post and we see that there is an entry missing or insufficient permissions. So let's go and let's check this, what this insufficient permission is. So I'm going to go here and I will go to the rules. So what we will do is here we are going to change this to true. All right, and I will do a publish. All right, so we have changed the permission and now we can give a try. So what I will do is I'm going to click on post again and we go to the home page. That means it was successfully persisted. So if we go to the database and if we check, then we see that we have a document entry. This is my first post, February, 0 likes. This was the photo we uploaded and this is the user ID. And for the user likes right now, there's no likes on this photo. All right, so we are done with this create post. Now what we will do is next we are working on the my photos, where we will display all the photos that we have uploaded it. So let's go to my photos and let's work on that. So I'm going to go back to the Visual Studio Code and I will go to the my photos, and in my photos first we will start with the fetching of the photos based on the user ID from the Firestore database. So what we will do is let's get the user ID first. So I'm going to have the user and we will get the user from the use user auth. All right, now we have the user and let's create a state variable for data set data, which will be equals to the use state. All right, we need to provide a type here and then we need to provide the initial value. So we will create a type for the response, and what we will do is let's go to the types and let's create one more interface. So I'm going to go here. I will have the export interface document response. All right, and in this what we will have is we are going to have the ID of the document, which will be of type string. Then we are going to have the photos. We are going to have the caption, likes, user ID and date. So I'm going to copy everything and add it here. All right, so this is how our document response will look like. Let's go back and let's work on that. So I'm going to go to the photos. I will have this will be document response. All right, and we are going to have the array. And here we will have the empty array. All right, now we have this, and now what we will do is we are going to create get all post function. All right, and we are going to use the async await arrow function, where we are going to have the ID and this ID will be of type string. All right, we are going to use the try catch. So let me have the try catch block, and here what we will do is we are going to have a constant. We'll use the query snapshot. All right, and this query snapshot will be equals to await, and we are going to call the function which will be the get post by user ID, and we are going to pass the ID. After that, we are going to have a constant temporary array which will be of type document response array, and that will be equals to an empty array. Now once we have the query snapshot, what we will do is we will loop through it. So if we have this query snapshot dot size greater than 0, all right, then in that case what we will do is we will loop through the query snapshot. So let's have the query snapshot dot for each, and then we are going to get a doc here. So for each doc, what we are going to do is I'm going to have a constant data which will be equals to this doc dot data. All right, and we are just going to cast this data into type of post. All right, now once we have this data, what I will do is I will create a response object, and then I'm going to have this response object will be of type document response, and this will be equals to the ID. So we are going to have the ID, and I will give the ID as doc.id, and the rest of the information will be whatever we have it and the data. So I'm going to have it as data. All right, I can just do a console.log of what we have it in the response object is, and we can just print the response obj. And once we get this response obj, we will push it into the temporary array that we have created. So let's have the temporary array dot push, and I'm going to push the response obj. So we are doing all this because we don't get the data in a very straightforward way. We get a query snapshot, and for the query snapshot contains each of the document that we have by the user ID. So we are going to get multiple documents, then we just loop through all those documents, and because we want to extract the ID of that document, that's why we do all this stuff and push it into temporary array, and then we just set this temporary array to the set data, which we can just use it. So here what I will do is I'm going to set my data, and this temporary array I'm going to set it here. So we have that, and if it's else, so if there is a problem, then we can just do a console.log, and we can log that no such document. All right, and if it's an array, then we can just do a console.log of the error. All right, so now we have this. Now we just need to make a call to this function. So for that, we will make use of a use effect. So let's have a use effect, and in the use effect, I will have the arrow function, and then I will just have that if the user is not equals to null, we will just safeguard it. So if it is not equal to null, then we will do a console.log, and we will write the logged in user is, and we will also have the user here. Or maybe we don't want this because we already know and we have already logged the user a couple of times. So we are going to call the get all post, and we will pass the user UID. All right, now let's go and let's try. So oops, we see that the use effect is running multiple times. So we only want it to run one time. So what we will do is we are going to have an empty array here. So now if I refresh it, then we should be able to see that the response object, and this is how the response object looks like. So we have the ID and we have the photos of the user. All right. Now we have this. Now we just need to write the JSX and display it. So what we are going to do is let's write the JSX part first. So I'm going to go to the layout, and I will just remove this. I will use the div. I will have the class name as flex. I will have the justify center. All right. Inside that, I'm going to have another div with a class name. I'm going to give the border max width will be 3XL, and I will use the full width. After that, I'm going to have an H3, and on this H3, I will have my photos. So this UI will be very similar how we have it for the create post. So we are just going to keep it consistent. So I'm going to have the slate 800 text white. I will have the text center. Then I will have the text large, and then I have the padding as 2. All right, if we go and check, then we see this is how it looks. The text is not white color, so let's have it white. All right, we have my photos, and now we just need to display the photos. So I'm going to create a div, and on this div I will have the class as padding 8. All right, I will have another div. I will have a class name as grid. We are going to have the grid calls as 2, and for medium I'm going to have the grid calls as 3, and I will have the gap as 4. And inside this, what I will do is, if we have the data, then we render the post. All right, we will create a function, and if we don't have it, then we are just going to have a div, and I'm going to have ... loading into it. All right, now we need to create the render post, so let's do that. So what I will do is, I'm going to go here. I will have a constant render post, and this will be equals to an arrow function, and here what we will do is, we are going to return data.map. So we are going to loop through the data, and then we are going to display all the photos. We will have the item, which will be equals to an arrow function, and then here we are going to return our JSX for the images. So I will have a div. I will give a key to that div, and the key will be item.photos of 0.uuid. So there is a one catch. What we are doing is, if in a post we upload multiple images, so right now our application cannot handle multiple images, how to display them, because we are not having any carousel for the image. So if we upload multiple images in a post, we are only going to display the first image. So that's why we have the photo, and we have a 0 for the array. So we will have the 0th index, and we are going to display only one element. Then I'm going to have the class name. I will give it as relative. And then what I will do is, I'm going to create an overlay on the photos so that I can display some information there. So I will show you in a bit what we are trying to do here is, I will have the absolute, then I'm going to have the transition, and I will have the transition as all. All right, I will also give the duration for the transition, or maybe I will do this later on. First, I will just show you what images we are going to display. So what I will do is, I'm going to have a image, I'm going to have a source for that image. All right, I'm going to use backtick. Let's have the $, and then we are going to have the item photos of 0, and we are going to use the CDN URL, and I will give some parameters here. So I'm going to use the progressive this time. So let me have the progressive. All right, I will use progressive as yes, and we will see how it looks like. Now I'm going to close this. All right, now let's see how this image looks like. So if we go, then we see the image looks like this, but I don't want to display the image like this. So what I will do is, I'm going to have more operations here. So I will scale this image, and I will scale it as 300 by 300. So I want all the images should have the same dimension, 300 by 300, and have it center. All right, so now if we go, oops, I made some mistakes. So let me check. We need to add a slash here. And here it's actually the scale crop. So I will use the scale crop, and we see that this is how the image will look like. So if we go here, then we will be able to see that how we do this scale crop. So here you will see that we have multiple options here. All right, and I'm using one of the is scale crop. So this is the crop, and they also have a scale crop. So I'm going to have this scale crop, and I provide the dimensions. You can also use smart crop. So there are multiple options which we can use. So for now, for me, it's scale crop, and I'm going to have 300 by 300 in center. So this is how it looks like in the app. Now what I want is, when I hover on it, I should have an overlay on this, and I should see what the like counts on this image is. So that's what we will do is, we are going to have a div here. All right, and I'm going to give a class name as absolute. I will use transition, or maybe for now I will just keep it absolute, and then I will give the transition property so that we have a smooth transition when we hover on the image. So I will have transition all, and there will be a duration to this transition which will be 200. I will give the background as transparent. All right, and then when we hover on it, so let's have the hover property, and when we hover on it, I want to change the background color to slate 950. So this should be slate 950. And we will give the opacity to this background. So when I hover it, I will have the background opacity, and I want to give the opacity as 75. I will give top 0, bottom 0, left 0, right 0. All right, and we are just going to cover this black overlay the whole image. So that's why I will have the full width, and I will have the full height. All right, now then what I have to do is I will just go here, and inside this what I will do is I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to give the class name to this div as flex. I will have it as flex call so that we can have a heart icon, and below that we can have the like counts. So I will have the justify as center, then I'm going to have the items center, then we are going to have the width as full, and then we are going to have height as full. All right, now on this div what we will do is we are going to use the heart icon. So this is the second way of using the icons in our project. We are going to use the Lucid React. So I'm going to have the heart icon from the Lucid React, and I'm going to give the class name. So I will have the hidden, and I will use the fill white, and I give it as a hidden. It's that I only want to display this whenever I hover on this div. So that's why I put it hidden. I will show you how we will do that. When you hover on the div, you will also display the heart icon. So we will see how we do that. And then I will have a div, and in this div I will just have the item dot likes, and then we will just display the likes. Now we are going to give some class name here, but before then we can go and see. So if I hover on it, then you will see that we get a black overlay, but on the hover what I want is that my heart icon should be displayed and the count should also not be displayed. So what I will do is I'm going to change this to hidden, and now you will see that we don't have any data displayed here. All right, so we have the hidden here, and I will have the text white. So we have this. Now what I want is whenever I hover on the image, I want to change my color of the heart, and I also want to display the heart and the likes. So how we can do that is if we hover on this div, I want these two divs should be visible. So that's where we use this group feature in the Tailwind CSS. So how we can do that is, so let's go to the Tailwind config. All right, and in the Tailwind config what I will do is, if we go down and if we go to the extend, so where is the extend? So this is the extend. So I'm going to click here, and if we go down, then here we can define a property. What I will do is I will have a display, and here I will have the group hover. All right, and now we can go back to our photos. Then here what we can do is we can have a group here, and when someone hovers on this group, we need to have a property here. So we will have the group hover, and we will make it this as block. All right, if we go and check, then you will see that when I hover it, this heart gets blocked and we able to see it on the image. Similarly, we will also have a group hover block for the likes. So I'm going to go here, and I will have the likes here. So we see we have the likes here. Now we can also try to upload one more image, and we will see how it looks. So what I will do is, this is my second image, and I want to upload that image. So let's upload this one. All right, I'm going to click on done, and we see the image here. I will click on post, and we go to the home, and let's go my photos, and we see that we have two photos now, but these photos only belong to this particular user. Let me log out, and I'm going to sign in with the new user. So this time I will sign in with my Gmail user. All right, and if I go to my photos, I don't see any photos because this user hasn't uploaded any photos. So let's upload a photo. So this is a new user photo. All right, I'm going to click here. I will upload an image. So this time I will upload this image. I will click on done, and we see that we have the image. I will click on post, and now if I go to my photos, then we see that we have this photo. Even though the photo was with a different dimension, but we are using the scale crop, and then we are using a dimension of 300 by 300 to get the photos. Now if I log out, then let's go and let's log into the another user. And if I log in, then if I go to my photos, then you will see that these two are the photos. All right, so we have both the images, and if we hover it, then we see that these are the like. All right, we see that we have now loaded the images that are uploaded by this user. I will close everything which we don't want it. All right, and now for this one, what we will do is next we need to work on the home page. So we already have done with the add photos, and we are done with my photos. Now the main thing we need to do is we need to work on the home page. So let's go back to our Visual Studio Code, and I will close everything that we don't want it. All right, and now we only have to open the home page. So let me go to the home page. So what I will do is first let's create the JSX part. So in the JSX, I'm going to use a div here, and I will have the class as flex, and I will give the flex column. Then what we will do is we are going to create another div, and I'm going to give a class as relative. I'm going to give the margin bottom as 6. I will use the full width text as gray 600. All right, and then we are going to create the search bar first. So if we go and check, then what we will do is let me log in first. So I'm going to use my account and I will log in to the user. All right, so we see the home page and there's nothing here. So what we will do is first let's have the search bar. So I'm going to do an inspect here, and I will have the inspect here, and now we are going to build the search bar first. So let's go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here we are going to use the input. So let me go here, and I'm going to use the input which will be coming from the UI component. Then we are going to have the class names on the input. So I'm going to use the border as 2. I'm going to use the border color which will be gray 300. Then I'm going to give the background as white, and we're going to have the height of my input box as 10, and padding on x-axis as 5, and padding right as 16. We're also going to use the corner as rounded. So let's add the rounded as SM. And then what I will do is we are going to use the text, which I will be using text base, and let's have the focus. So the focus outline will be none. All right, so we have this, and then what we are going to do is inside this we will just make this as a self-closing tag. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to close it here. All right, now I will just break it so that it becomes a little bit easy to work on. And here I will also put the placeholder. So let's have the placeholder, and I'm going to use the placeholder as search. Then we are going to use the type. So let me have the type, and I will use the type as search, and I will have the name property, and that name will be search. All right, so this is our input, and we will also need to have the search icon. So what I will do is I'm going to use a button, and I will have the type as submit. I'm going to give some class names. So I will have the class name as absolute, since we are using the position relative here. So I can give a absolute here. I will give the right as -2.5, and I will give the top as -2.5. All right, and then I'm going to close this, and inside the button I'm going to use the search icon which will be coming from the Lucid React, and I will give the class name. So the width of the search icon will be 5, and the height will be 5, and then I will have the text gray as 500 or maybe 400. All right, I'm going to close this. Now let's go and let's see. So we have this beautiful search bar here. Now below the search bar we will also need to have the stories. So let's create those stories. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will go to this div, and then I'm going to create a div. I will have a class name here. So margin bottom will be 5. I'm going to use the overflow Y as scroll, because we need this page, the centered page should be in a scroll position, because we are going to have a feeds, so the page should get scroll. All right, we have this auto, and then I'm going to use the h2 tag, and inside the h2 tag I'm going to use the stories. I will just give the margin bottom as 5. Now to get the stories, what I will do is I'm going to create a component. So let's go and create that component first. So I'm going to go in the components, and in the components I'm going to create a new folder which will be stories. All right, and inside that I'm going to create a file which will be index.tsx. Let's create this component. I'm going to use tsrsc, which is going to give me the component, and I'm going to use the stories here. All right, for now what I will do is I'm simply going to use a div, and I will have the stories here. Now I can use this stories in my home component. So what I will do is I will go here, and I'm going to use the stories component here. All right, so we have the stories. Now the third part what we need here is we need to have the feeds. So what I will do is I'm going to have a div. I'm going to give a class name, and I will have the margin bottom as 5. Then inside that I'm going to use the h2 tag, and on the h2 I'm going to write as feed. We can also give a class here, and we're going to give the margin bottom as 5 so that we can get some space. Now if you want to check, we see that we have the search bar, we have the stories, then this is the stories component, and then we have the feeds. So there is no space here. Let's check that. So we will go and we will see that we have a misspell here. So now we should have a space here. All right, now we have the feeds, and below the feeds what we want is we are going to use a div. I'm going to give a class name as, we will give the full width, and we are going to use the flex. We are going to put the justify as center. We want all the feeds to be in the center. All right, and then I'm going to have a div, and I will give a class name here, and I will use the class name as flex. I will use the flex as column. We want all the posts to be in a column format. We're going to use the max width, so I'm going to use the max width as SM. For the smaller devices, I'm going to use it as rounded SM. The corners and the overflow would be hidden. All right, and in this div we are going to render all our feeds. So before that, what we will do is we are going to fetch all the posts. So I'm going to go here. All right, so now to get the post, what we will do is we are going to create a date variable first. So I'm going to have a constant, and on this constant I will have the data. I will have the user, not user, it will be set data, and this will be equals to the use date. All right, and we need to pass the type of the data that we are going to have. So I'm going to have the document response. So we don't have the document. Okay, we have the document response. So if we go and see in our types, then if we go down, if we go and see in our type, then we have this document response. So we can go back here, and this document response will be an array. So I will have the initial value as an empty array. Now we have the data and the set data. We are also going to take the user. So I'm going to have my user here. All right, and this will be coming from the use user auth, which is our context API. All right, then what we will do is we are going to create a function. So I'm going to have the function get all post, which will be equals to an arrow function, and I'm going to use async here. And here what I will do is I'm going to have a constant response, and this response will be of type document response, which will be an array. All right, and then we're going to use the await, and then we can just make the call to our Firestore database. So if we go and check in our repository, then we already have the get post. So we're going to use this get post. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and I will use the await, and we will have the get posts. So this is going to give us all the post. All right, now if we go to the get post, then we see that we make a query and then we just return the documents. Instead of returning the get docs, what I can do is I can simply have all my logic here. So this is going to return me a query snapshot. So I'm going to use a snapshot. All right, and I have to use an await here. So we're going to have an async here. So let's have the async. Now once we have the query snapshot, what we will do is we are going to have that if this query snapshot size is greater than 0, all right, that means we have some documents. But if it is not, then in that case we are simply going to have a console.log. We are going to have no such document. All right, now we are also going to wrap this in a try catch block, so that in case if we have any exception, then we can just log them. So I'm going to have my try block here. All right, and then I'm going to have the catch, which is going to have an error, and if it's an error, then we are just going to have a console.log, and we are going to log the error. Now this is the case that if the size is greater than 0, then we need to loop through this query snapshot and get each of the doc. We are going to have a query snapshot dot for each, and for each it is going to give us a single document which we are going to take. Now once we have this single document, we're going to have two parts. One will be the doc.id, which is the document ID, and another will be the doc.data, which is the actual data. So let's get the data first. So I'm going to have the data, and this data will be doc.data, and we're going to cast this data as our post. All right, so that on the data we have all the values that are available on the post object. Okay, now next what I will do is I'm going to have a constant, and I will create a response object which will be a type of document response. So let's have the document response here, and this is going to be an object. So here what we will do is we are going to just have a transformation. So we are going to have the ID. So if we go to this document response, then what we will have is we have this ID, and the rest everything is this, and this all is same as what we have it in the post. So that's where you see that this is the data and the ID is the doc.id. So we have the document ID, and then the rest everything we are going to use whatever we have it in the data. So we are going to just spread them. Oops, it should be data. And what we will do is we are going to loop through and get all the documents. So for that we will just create a temporary array for now. So I'm going to have a temp array, and this temp array will be equal to the document response array, and initially we are going to give it as an empty array. Now once we have this response, we are going to push this response to our temporary array. So I will have the push here, and we push the response obj. Now, once all the docs are pushed into the temporary array, we're just going to return it. So what I will do is I'm going to return the temp array. Now we have this temporary array which contains all our documents that we need to display it on our home page. So if we go back here, and now we should be able to get the response. Now it says that this response can also be an undefined. So to do that, what we can do is I can also give a empty array here. Now we will not get that error anymore. And once we get the response, we are just going to set this response into our set data. So if we have the set data, we are just going to set the response. So now we have this data here. Now we need to make a call on the get all post. So for that we have to use the use effect. So let's have the use effect. All right, and on this use effect, which is going to be an arrow function, and we are just simply going to check that if our user is not equals to null, then in that case what we have to do is we need to make a call to our post. All right, so I'm going to have the get all post. Now once we have this, we will also need to have a empty array. So we want this only to be executed one time, and this is going to give us all the post. Now if we want to see, what we can do is we can go here, and then we can simply have a console.log, and we can just log the response that we get. All post are, and we are going to have just this response, and we can just check. So if I go back here, and if we go to the console, and if I clear everything, if I refresh this page, then we see that we have all the posts. So these are 3 posts that we have for different users. Now we can just display them. So for displaying them, what we will do is let's go back here, and here what we can do, that if we have the data, then in that case we want to render our post. So I'm going to use the render post. All right, and if we don't have the render post, then in that case I will simply have a div, and then I'm going to have the loading. So I will just use the dot loading. All right, now we need to create this function, which is the render post. So we can just create that. So I'm going to go here. I will have a constant. I will have the render post. All right, this is going to be an arrow function, and I just misspelled the constant. All right, and here what we will do is I'm going to loop through all the data. So I'm going to have the return data dot map, and then I will have the item. All right, this is going to have an arrow function, and then we are going to return. And here we are going to create a new component that is going to be our postcard, which is going to display how our post looks like. So let's create that component first. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go, and I will have a new component, which will be the postcard. So let me have the postcard. All right, and in this postcard, what I will do is I'm going to have my index.tsx. all right, I'm going to use tsrsc to create the component, and I will have the postcard here. Now if we go back here, then we can just use the postcard, and on this postcard we are going to pass the data. All right, and I will have the item. So we are going to pass the individual post, and then we are going to have the postcard. So I will have a key here. All right, and then I'm going to just close it, and to the key, what I will do is I'm going to have the item.id, and then we have this data. All right, so this is how our homepage will look like. Now we need to create the component, which is the stories, and we also need to create a component which is a postcard. So first we will work on the stories part. So let's go to the stories here. And in the stories, what I will do is I'm going to remove this, and I will have a div. So for that div, I'm going to give a class name as flex and justify between. Inside that, what I will do is I'm going to have an image, and I need to give a source to that image. All right, apart from that, we will also have some classes to it. So the width will be 20, height will be 20. We want it in a circular form, so it will be rounded full. Then we are going to use the border as 4, and we will give the border color. So I'm going to use the border color as slate 800. All right, and then I'm going to use the object cover. All right, so this is how our image will look like, and then I'm just going to repeat it for a couple of times. So what I will do is we will also need to have the image here. So we are already having some assets here. So if we go to the images, we have some assets. So what I will do is I'm just going to copy paste some assets, and we will just use those assets. So I'm going to copy, and then I'm going to use the assets here. All right, now we are just going to use the assets. So I will use the image as 2, and now I can just duplicate it. So I'm going to copy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I will just change the images. So I have the image 2. I'm going to use image 3 here, then image 5, this will become 6, then we have the 7, and we have 3, and we have again 2. All right. Now, if we go and if we see, then if I refresh it, then we see that we get an error. And this error could be the reason if we go and check. So let me go up and we see that the render post is not defined. So let's go and let's check again. So if I go to my home page, okay, let's go to the home page. And on the home page, we see that we have the render post and here we have the render post. So we are just going to change this to posts. All right. And if we refresh it, then we see that now we have the stories as well. Although these stories is a static, it's not, we are not building any functionality, but maybe later on we are going to build that functionality as well. But right now we will just focus on our feeds. So we have this feed and now we need to display all our posts here. So let's go back here. And now what we will do is for this postcard, let's have the data first. So we have already having a data here. So I'm going to have the data and this data will be type of document response. All right. So we get this as a prop. And now once we have it, what we will do is we are just going to destructure the data and we will also use the user here. So we have our user and this will be equals to the user auth. All right. And now let's build the JSX part first. So for the JSX, what I will do is I'm going to use the card component of the ShadcnUI. So let's have the ShadcnUI. And if I go here, then I'm going to go to the components and on the components, I'm going to use this card. All right, so I'm going to use this card so you can just take a reference of it. Now I will go back to the Visual Studio Code and here what I will do is let's have the card. I'm going to give the class name as margin bottom 6 to this card. Inside the card, I'm going to have the card header. All right, I'm going to give a class name to the card header as flex call. And then I will have the padding as 3. Now inside the card header, we are going to have the card title. All right, I'm going to give the class name as text small. Then the text will be in the center. Then we're going to use the flex. I will have the justify at the start and I will have the items as center. All right. And on the title, what I will do is I'm going to use the span. So the first title, it will be the user image and then we are going to have the user name. So it will be very similar what we have it on an Instagram post. So I'm going to use the class name here and the class name will be margin right 2 and we are going to use the image. So for the image, what I will do is I'm going to use the image tag here. I will have to define a source and I will have to give some class names here. So the image will look like width will be 10, height will be 10. It will be in a rounded full. So I'm going to have the rounded full. Then I'm going to have the border as 2. We're going to have the border color slate as 800 and then we're going to have the object cover. So it will be very similar what we had in our stories. All right, so we have the image. For now, what I will do is I'm just going to give a hard-coded image here and not the actual user image. So for that, we can just take a reference from the stories and I can just use any of the image. So I will just copy and I will put it in my postcard. All right, now I can just use the image. All right, you see that now we have the post cards here and this is how the image looks like. Now we need to work more on this. So after the image, what we will do is we will also need to have another span where we will have the username. So I'm going to have a span and on this span, what I will do is I'm going to have my username. So for now, I will just give the username as guest user. All right, so this is what our card title looks like. The next thing was the card body. So let's have the card content. And in the card content, what I will do is I'm going to give a padding as 0. Then I'm going to use the image. I will have the source of that image. And on that image, what I will do is if the data.photos is available, then in that case, we are only going to display the first photo. So right now we don't have any functionality that if you upload multiple images in a single post, then we cannot show all the images because we are not using any carousel or any slider. So we are going to take only the first photo. So I'm going to have the data.photos and I'm going to use the first photo.cdn URL. All right. And if it's not available, then we're just going to keep it as empty. I will just close the image source And if we go and check, then we see that we now getting the post. So this is one of the posts, this was another post, and this was one of the posts. Now we have the content and the footer part we need to build. So let's have the card footer. So I'm going to have the card footer, and here I'm going to give the class name. I will have a flex. I'm going to use the flex call and padding as 3. Now on the footer, what I have to do next is I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to give a div with a class. So I'm going to use the flex justify between. I will use the full width. All right, and I will give the margin bottom as 3, and below that we are going to create now two icons. One will be the heart icon where a user can like, other will be the comment icon. So let's go and let's have that. So here what I will do is I'm going to use the heart icon that will be coming from the Lucid React, and on the heart icon what I will do is I'm going to give some class names, but I will use CN because I want to merge some class names. So for that what I will do is I'm going to have the class names as margin right, then I'm going to have the cursor pointer, and then I will just close it. So for now we need to import this CN. So let me try to import it. All right, so now I have imported it. If we go and check, then we see that we have the heart icon now. All right, now the next what we need to do is we will also need to have the other icon, which will be the comment icon. So for that I'm going to use the message circle. So this is also coming from the Lucid React, and on this message circle I will just use a class name, and I'm going to give the margin right as 3. All right, so now we should have both the icons. So we have this two icons. Now below that we will also need to have some more information, and that will be the likes count. So let's go and let's work on that. So here what I will do is I'm going to create a new div. I'm going to have the class name as width full, and the text will be SM, and here we are going to have the likes. Here I will have the 0 first, and we are going to have the likes here, or maybe I will just use the small. All right, and the last is we will also need to have the caption. So what I will do is I'm going to have a div. I'm going to use the class name. So we're going to use the same class name. So I'm going to copy, put it here, and inside that I'm going to have a span, and to the span what I will do is I'm going to use the username. So I'm going to give a guest user for now. All right, and then we can use the caption. So I have the data.caption. All right, now let's go and let's check. So if we see here, then we have the post completed, we have the guest user, we have the 0 likes, we have the guest user, and this was the caption. So here this was the caption. So we have all the captions as well. There is still something we need to do is first let's work on this like button. So whenever the user click on it, it will get changed to red color, and the like count will also increase, and we will also save the user ID. The user who likes the post, we have to store that ID. So if we go to the photogram, our Firestore, then you will see that we have this user like. Whenever a user like on it, we are just going to store the user ID of that user who has liked the post. So let's go back and let's work on that part. So what I will do is here first let's create a state variable here. So I'm going to go on the top, and here I will create a constant, and I'm going to create the user variables. So I will have the likes info, and then we're going to have the set like, which will be equals to the react.use state. All right, we need to give the initial state. So the initial state will be an object which is going to contain the like, which will be a number, and we will also have is like to check whether the user has liked or not. So I'm going to use the boolean here, and the initial value of this likes will be, so if I go, we're going to have the likes, we will get this likes from data.likes. So take the initial like count. All right, and then just make a use like, and what we will do here is that if the data.user like includes, so we're going to use the includes, and we will see the user ID. So I'm going to have my user.uid. all right, then we're going to have it as true, otherwise we're going to have this as false. So basically what we did is we are going to fetch the data first. So if we go here and we see, we're going to fetch this data first. So this document has likes count, and the document also has the user likes array. So what we are going to do is whenever we get this data, we are going to first put the data.likes into this like, and we are also going to see that if the data.userlikes.includes the user ID, the user which has already logged in. So that means if a user is already logged in, and if that matches, that means the particular user has already liked the photo. So that's why we put it true and we put it false. Okay. Now, once we have this, what we will do is we are going to use it for the changing colors here. So here I want to give, what I will do is I'm going to have that if likes info dot is like, all right, if it's true, then in that case I want to make it as a red color. So I'm going to have the fill red 500. All right, and if it's false, then in that case that means the user has not liked it, so I'm going to give it as fill none. All right, but along with that, when you click on it, we will also need to update the like count. So what I will do is I'm going to have an on click. So let's have an on click here, and on this on click, what I will do is I'm going to have my update like. All right, and whenever a user click on it, we are just going to toggle the value. So whatever the value is, so likes info dot is like, and we are just going to toggle it. So if it's like, then we are going to change it to false, and if it is dislike, then we are going to change it back to true, so that the user can just toggle that button. All right, now we need to write this function, and we get this error, cannot find an update. So let's go and let's create that. So I'm going to go here, I will have the constant, I will have the update like, which will be an arrow function, and this update like also take a value which is a boolean. So I'm going to have that is well, which will be a boolean, and I will just use async here. Now if we go and we see that we get an error here, okay, it's promised. So what we can do is we can just use this function here. Now if we go up and let's write this function. So what we are going to do here actually, so first, whenever we have this is boolean, then I'm going to set my likes info. All right, for the likes count, we need to update the like count. So if a like count is 0, and if a user click on it, it will become 1. If a user click again on it, then it will be -1. So we need to like and dislike, something like that. So what I will do here is, if this is well true, that means user has liked it, so we need to increase the count of the likes. So we are going to have this likes info dot like, and we're going to make it as +1. But if a user click on it again and it becomes false dislike, that means this will be false, so we need to reduce the count. So I'm going to have the likes dot like -1. All right, and the second thing is we will have the is like. So for the is like, we are just going to toggle whatever we have. So this will be likes info dot is like. All right, now if we go and if we try, so if I go here, if I click on it, then you see that we have this toggle here, like and dislike. But you will also notice that this like is not changing. So that is what we need to work on. So when we update it, then this will get automatically changed. So let's go and let's work on it. So once we have this, then what we will do is, if our is well is true, that means user has liked it. So we need to push the user ID into our data.user like. So we have this data user likes, and we need to push here the user ID. So let's have the push, and we're going to push the user.uid. Okay, so we get this an error because we have this user like, which is not an optional. So what we can do is we can just make everything optional here. So in the document response, we can just make them optional, because sometimes they can also be empty or they can also be undefined. So I'm going to use the empty here, and I will just remove this. All right, now if we go back here, then we have this data.user like, and we still get an error. So what I can do is we can just use this. All right, and now let's use the else part. So if it is false, that means the user has now disliked. So what we need to do is, if we need to check that if the user ID is available in the user likes, then we need to just remove that, because now the user has disliked it. So what I will do is I'm going to have the data dot user likes dot splice. We will just use the splice, and we're just going to remove it. Splice, what I will do is we are going to have the data dot user likes dot index of. All right, so we are going to take the index, and then we are just going to remove that particular UID. So we are going to remove that UID by 1. All right, so once we have this, what we need to do is we need to update the data now into the Firestore database. So what I will do is I'm going to have the await. I will write a function update likes on post, and then we are going to pass the information here. So what we are going to pass is we are going to pass the data.id. All right, along with that, I'm going to use the data.user likes, and then the likes count. So the likes count will be, if this is well, if it's true, then we need to have the likes count as likes info dot likes +1, or we are going to pass the likes info dot likes -1. All right, so we will pass this information. Now if we want to check, then what we can do is if we go here and if I click on it, then we get an error because we don't have this function. But what we can do is for the likes, we can just go and we can just show you the likes. So if I go down, and now instead of this, what I will use is I'm going to use the likes info dot likes. So this is going to give me the likes count. So now if I go and you see, then it immediately makes 0 or 1. But when it makes 0 or 1, it is just updating on the UI. It is not actually updating into our Firestore database. So we are just doing this for the perspective that the user will see that, okay, the like is immediately, the count gets increased. But in the background, we are also going to update this count into our Firestore database. So that is what we are going to do using this function, which is the update likes on the post. Let's go and let's write this function. So I'm going to go to my repository, and in the repository, in the end, let's create this function. So what I will do is, so I will go here and I'm going to have the export constant update likes on post. I missed the on post, and this is going to be an arrow function. So let's have an arrow function. And in this, what we are going to receive as the argument is the ID, which will be a type of string. Then we are going to use the user likes, and this user like will be of type string array. And the last one will be the likes, which will be a number. All right, and now what I will do is here, once we have this, we are going to take that doc ref, and this will be equals to the doc. We will pass the DB reference, our collection name. All right, and then we are going to pass the ID. So this is going to give us the doc ref, and once we have the doc ref, we are just going to update it. So I'm going to have a return. I will do an update ref, or maybe update doc. This will need our document response, document reference, which we want to update. And then once we have it, we are going to update the likes, which will be the likes. And then we are going to have the user likes, which will be our user likes. All right. So this is how it's going to update it. Now, if you want to try, then we can just try it. So I will refresh it. And if I click on like, okay, it still gave me an error. So let me go and check. So if I go here, then we are going to have the update likes on post. So now it is complaining that it could be an undefined. So we can just use exclamation and tell explicitly that it will not be an undefined. So we are done with this, and now let's give a try. So I'm going to refresh it, and if we click here, then we see that it is 1. And if we go and check, then we should be able to see that this is also gets increased. So you will see that the like is 1, and it also shows that the user like, and this is the ID of the user which has liked. So now if I go here and if I refresh it, then you will be able to see that it's already 1. And if I click again, maybe on this one, then this count is 1. We can go and check here. So maybe this one, now we see that this is 1, and we get to store the user ID on the user likes. So that's how the like works. Now, if you want to see that if another user log in, whether he sees the like or not, let's go and let's try. I'm going to click on log out. I'm going to log in with a Google account. So let's have the Google account. All right. So I have logged in, and you will see that the like count is 1, but this particular user hasn't liked this post. So that's why this is in the white color. So if I click on it again, then the like will count will 2. If we go here and if we check, then you will see that the user like, now there are 2 user IDs who has liked it. Now if we dislike it, and if we go and see, then you will see that we have already spliced it. So the UID is now removed from the user like. So that's how we are storing this user preference, and we are building this like dislike feature. So now we are done with this. Maybe the next thing what we need to do is we need to work on the user photo and the username. But for these user photo and username, what I will do is, let me show you one thing. So if I refresh it, then you will see that this is the user. Now this user has a property which is the display name, and this user also have a photo URL. So if your user is logged in via Gmail account, then they already have a display name and the photo URL. But if we go and check the other way, if a user is logged in via an email address, then in that case, the user doesn't have the display name and the photo URL. So let me clear the console and log in again. And this time you will see that if I go and check, the user has a display name, but it's null, and the user has a photo URL, which is also a null. So this is a problematic case, because without this display name and photo URL, we cannot display the user information on the post. So for that, what we will do is we are going to work on the profile where a user can have their display name and they can have their photo URL, which is can be used it here so that we can show it the user photo and the display name. So now let's go and work on the profile part. All right, so I'm going to go to the profile page. So if we go here, then this is our profile page looks like. So first let's create the state variable and the initial value which will be displayed in the profile. So what I will do is I'm going to start by first having my user. So let's have the user, which will be coming from the user auth. All right, and once I have it, I will have a initial display to the user. So what I will do is I'm going to have the initial user info. All right, and this will be of type profile response. So what we will do is we will go and we will create some types here. Okay, so first let's go and let's have an export, and I'm going to have an interface, and my interface will be profile info. So for the profile info, what I will do is I'm going to have a user which will be of type Firebase user. Then I will have a display name, and this will be a string, and then I'm going to have the photo URL, which will also be a string, and I'm going to use everything as optional because they can be null or they can be undefined. Now this profile info is basically in order to update the display name and the photo URL. So if we go here, then if I go here, then you will see that display name and the photo URL. All right, so this interface is basically used in order to update the display name and the photo URL into the Firebase user. So if I go here and then if we go to authentication, then in the authentication you will see that this is the user. All right, so in order to update it here, we are going to have this interface. The next interface I'm going to use is for the export interface user profile. So now there is a catch that what I want is I want my user profile to have its display image, display name, and it should also have some user bio. But now if I want the user bio to be stored somewhere, I cannot store it here because this doesn't have any of the property which will just store some data and that can be used. So what I will do is I cannot extend this user object. So that's why I'm going to create a new collection, and in that new collection I'm going to store all this display name, photo URL, and then the user bio information and everything. Let's see, once we do it, you will be able to understand what we are trying to do is. So what I will do here is that I'm going to have my user ID, which will be a string. Let's keep it as optional. Then along with the user ID, I will also have the display name and photo URL. And then the last, I will have the user bio maybe. So I'm going to have the user bio, which will be also be a string. Similarly, we have the post, and then we created a document response, which is the response that we get from the Firestore database because that has the ID of the document as well. So we are going to create a similar for the profile response. So what I will do is I'm going to have a profile, oops, they should be uppercase, and then I'm going to have the profile response. And with this profile response, I will also have the ID. So I will have the ID, and that ID is of type string. So we have created these three interfaces. Now let's go back to the profile and let's work on it. So the initial, it will be look like a profile response, and that will be equals to, we are going to have the ID as empty string. Then we are going to have the user ID, and that user ID will be the logged in user.uid. Okay. Then we are going to have the user bio, and the user bio will be simply please update your bio. Then we are going to have the photo URL. So for the photo URL, if a user has already a photo URL, then in that case, what we will do is we are going to use the photo URL from that. But if it doesn't have, then for that case, we are going to use the user photo URL. And if it's not, we are going to use it as an empty string. And the last one is the display name. So for the display name, similarly, if a user, logged in user already have a display name, then we are going to display the user display name, and if not, then we are just going to have a guest user. So maybe now you will understand that this initial response or the initial user info is what being displayed on our profile. So if a user is a logged in user via Google account, then in that case that user will already have the photo URL and already have a display name. But if a user is logged in via a simple email address, then in that case the user will not have the photo URL, so we keep it as an empty, and the user will also not have a display name, so we keep it as a guest user. Now we have this initial user info. Now we are going to create the state variable for the user info. So I'm going to have the user info, then we are going to have the set user info, which will be equals to the use state, and then we need to pass the type. So this will be the profile response, and then it will have the initial user info. So once we have this initial user info, we can just display it. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and remove this, and then I will just use a div which will have a class name of flex justify center. After that I will have another div. I'm going to have a class name, and I'm going to use it as a border. Max width will be 3 XL. Then I will have the width as full. All right, and after that what I will do is I'm going to have an h3 tag where I will use a class name. So this will be the background slate 800. Then I'm going to have the text as white. Then I will have the text center, and we are going to use the text as large, and the padding will be 2. And in this what I will do is I'm going to have the profile. Now we can go and check. So if I go and then we see that we have the profile here. After that what we will do is we are going to have a div, and I'm going to use the class name. So the class name would be, I will have the padding as 8, then padding bottom as 4, and I will have the border bottom. All right, so we have this border bottom, and then inside that I'm going to have a div. So I'm going to give a class name here, and this class name will be the flex. I will have the flex row. All right, I will have my items in the center. I will have the padding bottom as 2 and margin bottom as 2. And inside that what I will do is I'm going to have a div with the class name of margin right as 2, and then we are going to have the image for the avatar. So I will have the image source. All right, and I will also have the alt tag, and then I'm going to have the class name. So the image will have a width of 28, height of 28, rounded full. Then we are going to have the border. So let me have the border as 2, border slate as 800, and then we are going to have the object as cover. So right now we are just trying to build the UI of how our profile will look like. So if we go, then we have to specify the alt. So the alt will be avatar, or maybe this is a string, so we just need to have a quotes here, and then we need to pass an image for the avatar. So what I will do is I'm going to copy and I'm going to put it here. All right, and this avatar image will be coming from the assets images, so I'm just going to add an image here. All right, so we have this avatar image. Now we can just use this and put it here. All right, so if we go and we see that we have this image here. So here what we will do is first let's have that if through the user info, if we have this photo URL, then in that case we are going to display this info.photo URL. If not, then we are going to display the avatar. All right, so we will see this avatar here. Now once we have this, we will also need to have our username just beside the image. So what I will do is I'm going to have a div. I will have a class name as text -xl and margin left as 3. All right, and here I'm going to display the user info dot display name. All right, after the display name, what I will do is I will also need to have my email address. So I will have a div class name. I will use the same text XL, margin left as 3, and here what I will do is that if the user has an email, if it's true, then I will have to use the user email. If not, then I will just use the guest email, or maybe I will not display anything. All right, then after that what we will do is we need to display the user bio. So I'm going to go here. I will have a div, and I'm going to use the class name, and I will have the margin bottom as 4, and then here we can use the user bio. So user info dot user bio. All right, once we have the user bio, what I will do is I will also have a button which will help us to edit the profile. So I will have a div. Inside the div I'm going to use the button. All right, and on click of the button, I'm going to have my edit profile. All right, and then I'm going to use the edit to icon. I'm going to use the class name, margin right as 2, height as 4, width as 4, and this will be self-closing. So I'm just going to remove it and then have a self-closing. All right, and then I will write the edit profile. Okay, so we have this edit profile button, and in the end what I can do is I can also use the same post that we display it on the my photos. So I will just put it here, and let's have a div. I'm going to have a class as p8. Into that I'm going to have the h2. I'm going to use the class name as margin bottom 5, and then I'm going to have my post, and then below the my post I'm going to use the div class name. I will use the grid columns as 2. Then for medium devices I'm going to grid the grid columns as 3. So this will be for the medium device, so it will be MD, and then we will just give a gap. So I'm going to have the gap as 2. And here what we will do is if we have the data, then we are going to use the render post, and if not, then I will just have a div, and I will have my closing div, and I will just use dot loading. Now we need to get this data and the render data. So what we can do is we can just get these two from our my photos. So if I go here in the my photos, I will go up, I will just copy this and I will put it in the profile. So I'm going to go up, I have this state here, and then I will just put it here. Then I will go back here, I'm going to copy this function, and I will also copy these two. So copy, I will go here and put it here, and I will have it saved. All right, let's go and let's check, but we see that we have a couple of errors here. So we have to use the document response. Then we will also have to use the get post by user ID, and we need to use the post. All right, and in the end we will also need to have this render posts. So let's go and let's change that. So let's go and let's copy the render post here. So I'm going to go here, I will copy this, and I'm going to put it here. All right, we will also need to have this heart icon. So let's import that heart icon, and now if we try to refresh, then we see that we get a couple of errors. So let's fix those errors. So we need to define the edit profile function. So let's go and let's write the edit profile function. So I'm going to go here, I will have a constant edit profile. This will be equals to an arrow function, and then we have this function. All right, now we have the edit profile function, and let's see what the other errors we get it. So render post is not defined. Okay, let's go and let's check. So here this will be post, and now we have defined it. So now we see that we have the post here. We see that there is an error here, not error, but there is some mismatch in the alignment. Let's fix that mismatch. So if we go and if we see that if we click here, then we have to put these two inside the div. So I'm going to cut it, put it here, and save it. And now if we go and check, then we see that this is how it looks like. We have the user profile image, we have the guest user. Okay, this should not be in the same line, so let's go and let's fix that. Okay, so if I go here, I will have a div. All right, I will cut that div and I will put it here. So now it should be like this way. So now you will see that we have this profile image. We haven't returned anything on the edit profile, but on this profile image you will see that if I will first log out, and now I will show you that if a user is logged in via the Google account, how the profile will look like. So if we go here and I'm going to log in via the Google account, so this time the profile will look a little bit different. So if I click on it, then you will see that the profile looks a little bit different. We see that we have the page here because it's already have a display name, and we see that we have a email address, and we get all this information from here. We see the display name, we see the email, we also have a photo URL, but somehow the photo URL is not working here. But then we don't have the bio for this user, so this user can actually update a bio using click on the edit profile. So now let's work on this edit profile, and this is how our post looks like. So what I will go back to the Visual Studio Code, and for the edit profile, what I will do is I'm going to create a new file here, and I will have the edit profile.tsx. I'm going to use tsrsc, and this is going to be an edit profile. All right, now on this edit profile, what will happen is we need to add it in the routes as well. So let's go to the routes, and in the routes in the bottom, what I will do is I will go here, copy, and I'm going to put it here, and this will be the edit profile. All right, now this will get changed to the edit profile. All right, so now we have the route for the edit profile, and this is how the edit profile looks like. So first let's create the JSX for this edit profile. All right, so I'm going to use a very similar what we have it in the post. So let me go here and I'm going to copy and I'm going to edit in the edit profile. So let me go here and I will have save it. All right, now let's import everything. So I'm going to use the layout. So we have the layout for handle submit form. We will keep it as it is. This will be label and this will be the text area. So I'm going to change this to text area. All right, we will keep it as it is. We will have the file uploader here as well. So I'm going to have the file uploader. We're going to use the button. So let's import the button and everything will be the same. All right, so now let's start. So what I will do first is we are going to change this to edit profile. So I'm going to have the edit profile here. All right, and for the edit profile, what we will do is we are also going to create the state. So let's have the state. And usually this state we will get it from our profile. So whenever from the profile, if someone is click on the edit profile, we are going to pass some data. So let's pass that data first. So I'm going to use the navigate to navigate the user. So I'm going to go here on the top and I'm going to create a constant navigate, which will be equals to the use navigate. All right, and you must be seeing that why are we putting the post here? It's just an optional. If you don't want, you just remove them so that you will not have a lot of unnecessary code on this page. All right, so now we have navigate. Now what we will do is whenever a user click on the edit profile, the user will navigate to the edit profile page. So we're going to have a navigate and then user will go to the edit profile, and with this edit profile I will also pass the profile information. So I will pass it as a state. All right, and on the state I will pass the user info. All right, so once we pass the data with the user info in the edit profile, we can fetch this data as using the location. So let's use the use location. So I'm going to go here. I will have a constant. I will have a location which will be equals to the use location hook. Now once I have the location, I can actually get the data. So I will have a constant and I will just destructure. I will have the ID, then I'm going to have the user ID, then I will have the user bio, I will have the display name, I will have the photo URL. And all this information is available on the location dot state. Okay, let me have a constant. I will create a state variable which I can use. So I will have a data dot set data, which will be equals to the use state. All right, and here I have to pass information. So here it will be the user profile information. So this user profile will be coming from the types, and let's have the initial user profile, how it looks like. So we are going to have the user ID. All right, we are going to have the user bio, we are going to have the display name, and we are going to have the photo URL. So we need to take this user data or maybe the user profile, and we need to store it in the collection which we are going to create. So we will also need to have this file entry and the set file entry state. So we are using the same thing which we used it in the post. So if we go to the post, then you will see that we have a very similar here. So I'm going to copy this and I will also put it here, and I will go here and I will have the file entry. So now we will not have any error on this. We will also change this instead of the handle submit. What we will have here is we are going to have the update profile. All right, so we have this update profile. I'm going to create a function here, constant update profile, which will be an arrow function. All right, so now I think we have to just change this. So what I have to do is first we're going to have the edit profile, then we are going to have a form. And in that form, first we will have the label, and this label here we are going to change it profile picture, and this will change to profile picture. All right, so first of all, maybe we will have the photos first. So I'm going to take the div for the photos, I'm going to cut it, and the first thing we will do is we are going to have this form, and just below the form we are going to have this photo. So we are going to have this as profile picture. Okay, and we will keep it as photos. Then we are going to have this file uploader where we are going to have this, and before that we are also going to here have the profile image. So what I will do is I'm going to have a div, I will have a class name, name and margin bottom as 4. All right, and here what I will do is that we are going to have the image. I will have the source, and then I'm going to have the alt as avatar. All right, I will have the class name, and then I'm just close this tag. And for this I'm going to use the same avatar image. So maybe for this one what we will do is we have this data, so let's have the use of that data. So what I will do is, if we have this data dot photo URL, then in that case display the data dot photo URL, else you display the avatar. All right, we need to get this avatar, so I will go to the profile, I will copy this avatar, and then I'm going to use it here. So let's go here and use it here. So we have the avatar, and then we need to give some class names here. So let's use the same class name what we have it in our profile. So I'm going to go bot down, and I'm going to use the same thing. So I will just copy and I'm going to use it here. All right, we can go and check. So if I refresh it, then this is how my profile looks like. If I click on the edit, it gives me an error. That's very good. So let's go and let's see what the error is. Post is not defined on line number 56. So yeah, definitely we need to fix all this first. So we have this one. Now for the profile image, we have this one, we have the file uploader, and after the file uploader, what the next thing we will do is we are going to have our display name. For the display name, I will simply going to use this maybe. So we have the label, or maybe I will do a copy, and I'm going to copy and paste it here. And instead of this, I will have the display name, and here I'm going to have the display name, or maybe you can give it username. Here I'm going to use the input. So I have the input. For the input I have the class name. ID will get changed to display name. Placeholder will get changed to enter your username. The value will be data dot display name, and on change you will get an event which will be HTML input element, and then you are going to have the set data. You're going to take all the data, you're going to just change the display name. All right, so you have this display name, and then after display name you will have this text area for the user bio. So this will get changed to user bio, and I'm going to change this to profile bio. All right, I'm going to copy this caption and change this here, copy this HTML4 and change it here, what's in your mind. All right, and here it will get changed to data dot user bio. This will get changed to set data. This will be the data, and we are just going to change the user bio. So I'm going to have the user bio, and this is how it will look like. After that, what we will need to do is we need to have two buttons. One will be for the update and the other one will be for the cancel. So what I will do is I'm going to change this to 4. I will keep it as it is, and margin right as 8, and I'm going to change the button as update. I will copy and have the second button. So I'm going to copy, I will have the second button, and for the second button I will have the variant, and this will be destructive, and this time the type I'm going to remove this. And here what I will do is I'm going to simply have the on click. So whenever we click on it, it will just navigate us back to the profile. So I'm going to use the use navigate. So let's use that. So I'm going to go on the top, and here I will have the constant, I will have the navigate, and this will be equals to the use navigate. So I'm going to change this, and is equals to the use navigate. All right, now let's go at the bottom and then use it. So I'm going to use a navigate. I will also change this to cancel, and now let's give a try. So what I will do is I'm going to save it, and then I will go back here, and what we can do is if I refresh it, we see this profile, and I'm going to click on the edit profile, and we see a simple icon here. So I'm going to go and inspect it, and we see that something is coming from the Lucid. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and check. We see that the layout is coming from the Lucid, which is not correct. We want to use our own layout component. So what I will do is I'm going to use the layout, and this will be the layout component. Now if I go, then we see that this is how our edit profile looks like. We have the profile picture, then we have the upload file, and we have our display name, and we have this bio, we have the update, and if we click on the cancel, we go back to our profile. And if we click on edit, now here what we need to do is we can upload a picture, then we can have a display name, we can also update our profile bio, and then when we click on the update, we will have to create a record into our user profile collection. So for that we need to create a new collection which will be the user profile. All right, so let's go back to our Visual Studio Code, and in the Visual Studio Code I will go here and I will create a new file which will be the user.service.ts. all right, and on this user-service.ts I'm going to copy from here a few stuff. So I will just copy all this stuff because we will need the same thing. So I will copy and I'm going to put it here. All right, and here instead of the post we are going to have the user profile, or maybe we will just have the users collection. And here I'm going to remove this. We don't want this, so I'm going to remove them. And what we will do is first function that we need to write is, if we go here, we're going to have the export constant create user profile, and this is going to take a user which is going to have a type of user profile. And then what we will do is we are going to use a try catch block. So I'm going to have a catch here, and if it's an error then we are going to have a console log of the error. So I will have the console dot log and I'm going to have the error. But if it's not an error, then in that case what I will do is I will return, and I will have the add doc where I will pass the collection. So I will have my DB reference selection name. All right, and then I will have the user. So I will have the user. So this is what the create users look like the create user profile. The next will be to get the user profile based on the user ID. So for that what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will have the export constant get user profile, which will be an arrow function, and we are going to pass the ID which will be the user ID, and that will be of type string. We're going to use the async here. All right, and now here we're going to use the try catch block. If it's an error, I'm going to use the console.log and I will log the error. And for the try block, what I will do is first let's create the query. So it will be very similar how we do the get post by user ID. So we are going to create the query. So let me copy it. So I'm going to copy, I will put it here. We have the query and we are going to pass the user ID. So this will be the user ID. Now, once we have the query, we are going to receive a query snapshot, which will be equals to the await.get docs. Now, once we have the docs, we are going to have a query snapshot dot size. If this size is greater than 0, then we will do something else. We are going to have a console.log, and here we will have the no such document. Now, if it's the size is greater than 0, then we are going to loop through. So I will have a query snapshot dot for each, and we are going to get a doc here. All right, and from the doc, what we will do is we are first going to have a constant. We are going to have the data, which will be equals to the doc dot data, and this data will be of type user profile. So you will see that this very similar thing we have done it for the post as well. So here you won't see anything on the post, but if we go into our home first, and in the home you might see something. Yep, you will see that we have the get post, and on the guest post we did a very similar thing. We are going to do the same thing here as well. So here it is the temporary array, but in this case the user profile will be a single document. We will not have a multiple user profiles with the same user ID. So we are not going to have in multiple records in the array. So we have this data. Then what we will do is or maybe I will just change it to user data. Now we have this user data, and what I will do is let's create a constant or temporary variable, maybe a temp data, which will be equals to the we need to give a type. So the type will be profile response, and it will be an empty array first. Now we have the user. So what I will do is I'm going to have this temp data, and this temp data will have the ID first. So ID will be doc.id, and then we are going to have this user data. Now once we have this temp data, we are just going to return this. So let's return the temp data. All right, and if there is no such document, in that case also we are going to return the temp data. So we are going to return the temp data. So if there is no record, we are going to have an empty object, but if there are record, then we are going to return this. All right, we have to change this to let because it's not a constant. So now this looks fine. We have this get user profile as well, and the last function is to update the user profile. So what I will do is if we want to update it, then I'm going to have a export constant. I will have the update user profile, all right, which will be equals to an async, arrow function, and on this we are going to get the ID which we want to update. So this will be a type of string, and then we are going to get the user, which is the updated user. So this will be a user profile, and then let's get the doc ref first. So I will have the document reference, which will be equals to the doc. We are going to use the db reference, our collection name, and then we need to pass the ID to get the document reference. Once we get the doc ref, we are going to use the update doc. So I will have the update doc where we need to have our doc ref and then the updated values. So I will have all the updated values here. All right, so we have the update profile, we have the get user profile, and we also have the create user profile. Now we will just remove whichever we don't want. So all this function we don't want him, so I'm going to remove that. Now we can just use this. So what I will do is, let's go to the edit profile. So in the edit profile, we are going to use this update profile function. Let's have an async which is going to get an event. So let's have an event, and this event will be the react.mouse event, and we are going to have the HTML form element. Now the first thing we need to do is we need to use the event.prevent default. All right, and we see that we missed the angular bracket. Now before doing this update profile, let's first work on this file uploader, and let's see how it works. So we are going to use the same file uploader which we used it for the post. So if we go up, then we will use the same, but in the post we can upload multiple images, but here we can only upload a single image. Also in the post there was a preview of the images that we upload, which we don't want it here. So what I will do is we are just going to do some configuration on this. So I will go to the edit profile, and here I will pass an additional prop. So the additional prop will be the preview. All right, and for the preview I'm going to pass it as false. All right, now we need to handle this. So let's go here, and here what I will do is I will go on the top, and we're going to add an additional prop here, which will be the preview, and that preview will be a boolean. Once we get it, we are going to use the preview here, and we will also use the preview here. So if I go here, for the multiple, we're going to use the preview. So if we pass the preview as false, then it will have the multiple as false, and it will not allow the user to upload multiple images. Apart from that, we will also we don't want the preview of the images. So here we are going to add the additional condition. So what I will do is that if we have this preview true, then in that case we display this, and if it false, then in that case we will just display the empty fragment. So I'm going to add it here. Now this is how it will look like, but we will also get an error for the post. So let's go and fix in the post. So I will go to the post, and in the post where we add this file uploader, then here we need to add a preview, and this preview will be true. All right, so now the same file uploader will work for both the cases, in the edit profile as well as the create post. So we have this. Now if we try, then let's go back here. I will try to upload an image here. So I'm going to click here. Let's upload a new image. Maybe I will upload this one. I will click on open, and this is going to upload it. So we are going to get all the events. I'm going to click on done. Then we see that the image is uploaded. But what we want to do is we want to make a preview of the uploaded image. So what I will do is, let's go back to our Visual Studio Code, and in the Visual Studio Code we get the updated image in this file entry. So what I will do is if we go and let's have a console.log, and I will the file entry is all right, and I will have the file entry maybe. All right, and let's see what we get it here. So I'm going to cut this and maybe put it here. All right, and now let's give a try. So I'm going to close this. Now if I click here, if we click here, and if I try to upload this image, all right, and then I'm going to click on done, then we see that the file entry, and the file entry has this image and the UUID. So we need to display this image because the profile picture is now updated. So what we can do is if we go back here, then once we have this updated, we need to do two things. So what I will do is I'm going to just go here, and I will first update the state, because now this photo URL is already updated. So let's update the state. So to update the state, what I will do is I'm going to use the use effect. So this is going to have an use effect, and this use effect will only run whenever the file is updated. All right, so I'm going to have the file entry, dot files dot length is greater than 0, then in that case I'm going to use the set data, where I will have my all the data, and then I will just update the photo URL. So I will have the photo URL will be equals to the file entry dot files of 0 dot cdn URL, and if not, then I will just keep it as empty. All right, so we are running the use effect to update the state, and we are just going to pass the file entry. This should only have a dependency on the file entry. Now we have this, and what we will also do is that we have this image. Now we are going to update this image as well, the image source. So I will go here, and I will here have the file entry dot files dot length, and if this length is greater than 0, then in that case what we have to do is we need to use this image here, and if it's false, then we have to use another image here. So if it's greater than 0, that means this will now get changed, and here we are going to have the file entry dot files of 0, and then we are going to have the cdn URL. All right, I'm going to remove all this stuff now. All right, and now it's complaining me that it could be a null, so I can just tell them no, it cannot be a null. So this is how it will look like, and this will be the other case. Now let's give a try. So if I go and we see that we have two images here, that means we have something mistake here. So let's go and let's check. All right, I will go back and check again. So we see that we have this image, and we also have an image here. So let's remove this image. All right, now it should be work fine. So now if we upload a new profile picture, so let's upload a new profile picture. I'm going to open. All right, I'm going to click on done. Then you should be able to see that we have this new profile picture. And you can also do one thing, that this is a profile picture we are taking. If we go to the Uploadcare, so let me go to the Uploadcare. So I'm going to have the Uploadcare, and in the optimization or maybe image transformation, you will see if we go to the overview and resize, then you will be able to see that if you don't want to transform the image on your UI side, maybe you don't want to use any CSS, then you can just simply use the smart cropped and border radius directly, which will give you a circular image as your profile image directly. Now let me show you, if you want to do it via the Uploadcare API, how you can do the profile image circular. So let's take an image from here. So I will just copy this image and I will put the image here. Now you can just apply so I'm going to hit enter, and you see this is the image. Now you can just apply the attributes in the API, and then you will be able to get it circular. And I'm going to use the scale crop. So let's have the scale crop. So we are going to use the scale crop, and with the scale crop, let's give the dimension. So I'm going to give the dimension as 300 by 300. So this is going to make the image 300 by 300. Now what we want to do is, along with the scale crop, we will also use the smart, and then we are going to provide the border radius. So let's have the border radius, and the border radius will be 50, and then you will see that now we have the image in a circular, and you can just use it as it is, and you don't need to apply any CSS. Now there's another way. If you want to do it, then what we can do is we can also use the other APIs here. So the other attributes which I want to show you is maybe the crop. You can also use the crop, and you can just crop the face, and then you can apply the radius. So let's try to do that. So what I will do is, we are going to have a preview, and then we will crop the face, so that will just give us the face. All right, so now you see that we have the face, and now what we will do is we are going to change the dimension. Let's have 200 by 200. So we will have the 200 by 200. Then we are going to use a crop with an aspect ratio 1:1, and after that we are just going to use the center. Let's try what it looks like. Okay, we had some mistakes here. So let's have the center, and then with the center we are going to use the border radius, and we are going to use the border radius as 50p. So we see that we made a mistake. We need to give the here as 200 pixel, and we are going to use 200p here. And here you will see that now we have a perfect border radius, and we have a perfect image which we can use it for the avatar. So this is also one of the good way. If you want to use it, you can just use it and have the API parameters into your CDN URL. So now we get the image updated profile picture. Here we have the display name. We can also update the user bio. So this maybe I will write, I am a technical content creator. And now when we click on the update, we have to update the user information. All right, so let's go and let's do that. So we have this part, and whenever now user click on the update, let's go to the update function. Oops, where is the update? Yeah, update function. And in this update function, let's do a try catch. So here what I will do is, if I have an ID, so let me go here. So here what we will do is from the profile we pass this information. Now if we have this ID, that means we have already created a record in our user collection. But if we have this ID as an empty, that means the user is not yet created. So if you want to see the console log of it, let's do a console log of it. So I'm going to have a console.log of the location state is, and we are going to have here the location dot state, and why it complains for an error. So let's go and let's see. Yeah, so we have this ID here. I'm going to change this. I will have a catch block here which will have the error, and I'm going to have the console.log. Let's put an error here. All right, in the try block I will have maybe a simple constant, a is equals to 5. All right, so now let's go and let's see. So if we go here and if we go to the console, I'm going to refresh my page, and when I refresh my page, you will see that let's go and let's see where the log entry is. Yeah, this is what the state is. But this time you will see that the ID is empty because we haven't created any record in our user collection. So if I go to Firestore Database, then we don't see any users here. All right, so that's why you will see it as an empty. That means if it's an empty, we need to create a new record. So let's go and let's do that. So I'm going to go here and I will have that if I have the ID, then in that case I have to do something else. What I have to do is I will have to create a record. So I'm going to have a response which will be equals to the await, and we are going to have a create user profile. All right, and then we need to pass the data. I will just console.log it. So I will have a console log, and the created user profile is, so I'm going to have a response here. All right, but if it's not, then in that case we have to update the user profile. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant response which is equals to the await update user profile, and then in that user profile we have to pass the ID which we want to update, and then we need to pass the user information which we want to update, not user, the data, sorry. And then we can also have a console log here. So I will have a console.log, and I will have the updated user profile is, and then we can just log it. So I will have a response. All right, so we have these both scenarios. Now if you want to check, then let's go and let's check. So I'm going to remove this, and I will have my picture uploaded first. So let's have this as a picture. I'm going to open. Okay, I'm going to click on done, and then maybe I will also change the bio. So I am a technical content creator. Okay, I will just correct the spelling of technical. All right, and now if we click on the update, then we should be able to see the created user profile. So the user profile is now created. If we go here and if we refresh it, then we should be able to see a new users. All right, so you see that this is the user information and this is what we have created. So whenever you create a new record in your users or you update the existing record, you have this information which is a display name, photo URL, user bio, and user ID. But when you update this, it's important that you also update it in your Firebase user. So I will show you what I'm trying to say it. So first let's go. If we update it in the click, we have to navigate back to our profile. Okay, so I'm going to go back here. And after this updation, what we have to do is everything is done. Then we will just use the navigate, and then we will navigate back to the profile. All right, and this should be here actually. So we navigate back to the profile, and then we are going to have the updated information. So if I go back here, and now next time if I try to click on the update, this time it is going to update it. So I'm going to cancel this and I will refresh it. Now you will see that we don't get the updated information of the user profile, although we have already updated the user profile. So what we will do is on the profile page, we always have to fetch the profile from our collection, which we haven't done it yet. So if we go back to our profile, okay, let me close, which we don't want it. So I'm going to close this stories, we will close it, FileUploader, we will close it. On the profile, you will see that we never fetch the updated profile from the Firestore database. So we need to do that. So let's do that first. So what I will do is I will go in the end, and here I will have a constant, and on that constant I will have a get user profile which will be equals to the async, and here we are going to pass the user ID, all right, which will be of type string. I'm going to have the arrow function, and inside this what we are going to do is we are going to get the constant data, which will be the profile response, all right, and this will be equals to the await, and we are going to have the get user. So I'm going to change the name, so I will change this to get user profile info, and this will become get user profile, all right, and then here we have to pass the user ID, and if it's not the case, then we are going to put it as an empty object. So we have this, and what we will do is next we are going to have the data, and once we have the data, then in that case, if we have the data, in that case we are going to use the set user info, and we are going to set the data. We are setting it in the state variable. So if let me minimize all these functions, I will minimize this as well, and we are setting it on the user info because that is our state variable to display all the user information. All right, now we will call this, so I'm going to cut this and put it in the end. Now we are going to use it, I'm going to use the get user profile info, all right, and then I'm going to pass the user UID, all right, and we get the data. Let's give a try. So if I go and let's go to home first, all right, so we have this on the home. Now if I go to the profile, I get the updated profile information. If I click on the edit, if I upload a new picture, so let's upload a new picture, maybe I will upload this one. I'm going to click open, all right, it's getting uploaded, all right, so it's got uploaded to the Uploadcare CDN. Now if I click on done, then we see the profile picture is updated, and I will also change this to DM maybe, all right, and I will have that I am also a traveler, all right. I'm going to click on update, and you will see that as soon as I click on the update, it's get updated. I get the updated information, and I also get the updated information here. Now the problem is that once you update it in your user collection, you also need to update the same information into your user object, which is a Firebase user object. If I go up, then you will see here is still the old name, and here still we have the old picture. So we will also update this. Now I will show you how you can update the Firebase user object. All right, so now let's go back. Now I will go to the edit profile, and in the edit profile we have this updated. Now once we do this, before moving back to the profile page, we also need to update it on the user object, which is the Firebase user object. So let's go to the context. I will go here. So in the context, I will come here. I will have a constant. We have a update profile info, which will be equals to, you need to provide the profile info, and this will be of type profile info in our types. It's an arrow function, all right, and then what we can do is we can just do a console log here. Console log the user profile info is, and then we can have the profile info here, all right. And once we have this, what we will do is we are going to use the return, and we have a update profile function. So I will have the update profile function in the Firebase auth, and this function will going to take the profile dot user, all right, we get the user, and after that what we have to do is we are going to have a display name as profile info dot display name, and we are going to have the photo URL as profile info dot photo URL. All right, and we are getting a complaint here, so we can just add an exclamation and make sure that this will not be undefined. Now we will use this update profile into our context data. So this is our context data. I'm going to have the type of update profile. If I scroll down, we will also use it here. So I'm going to have the update profile, all right, and we will use it here in the context data, which will be the update profile. So we have everything. Now if we go here, and what we will do is I'm going to go here and I'm going to use the function, which is the update profile. So for that I have to extract that. Okay, so we can go here, and here what I will do is I'm going to have the constant, I will have the user, and then I will also have the update profile info, and this will be coming from the use user auth. All right, so we have this use user auth, and we have the update profile. Now we can just use it. So I will have the update profile info, and here I can pass the information that I want to update. So I will have my profile info, but before that we need to create this profile info. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant profile info, which will be of type profile info, and here what we will do is we are going to have the user. So we're going to take the user we are going to have the display name. We are going to take the display name from data.displayName, and we are going to have the photo URL. We are going to take the photo URL from data.photo URL. It's complaining about the user. Let's add an exclamation, and then we pass it here. Now if we want to check, then let's go and let's check. So if I go here, right now it is showing me the old name. What I will do is I'm going to edit it. Let's change to the Malvia, and I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to also change the picture. So let's have the picture this time as maybe this one. I'm going to click open. All right, it's uploaded. And now if I click on it, then it gets uploaded. And if I click on the update, then you will see that it's got updated. But if we want to go and check on the user, then let's go and let's check on the user. So I will go here, and you see the user profile updated. So now if I go back on the home, and if we get the user, okay, we don't get the user. If I go to the profile, do we get any user? So we just need to see that it's updated on the user or not. So if we go here, we don't see it. If we go to the profile, we don't see it. Okay, maybe we will try it again. So what I will do is I'm going to click on edit. On the edit, if we go and check the user, so let's see what the user is. So we will just see that we are logging the user information on the profile or not. So if we go to the profile, okay, this is the profile. What I will do is I'm going to do a console.log, and the logged in user profile info is, and we are going to have the user here. All right, so now if we go back to the, I will clear the console. If we go to the profile, we see the logged in user profile is this one. And now let's go and let's change. I'm going to click on the edit profile. I will change this to the page M, and I will also change this URL. Maybe let's change this to this one. I'm going to click open. I'm going to click on done. All right, it's updated. Now if I click on the update, let's see what happens. So I'm going to click on update, and we see that it's got updated. So if we go and if we see, then the value is updated here, and also the photo URL is updated. So that means we are updating at both the places. We are also updating it in the user collection, which is this one, and we are also updating it in the Firebase user object, which is this one. So now we are done with this. Now the only thing we need to do is, if we go on the home, then we need to display the user picture, and we also need to display the username. And that what we are going to do is, since we are using the documents and not the relational database, so for that we can just use some duplication. So what I will do is, whenever you create a new post, at that time, at the creation of the post, you will also have two more fields, which is the username and the profile photo. So what I will do is, right now I will just delete all the post, because we are going to update this with the new field. So what I will do is I'm going to delete this doc. I will also delete this document, and I will also delete this document. All right, so all documents are deleted. Now we are going to update our post object. So let's go to the interface. So I'm going to go to the interface, and in the interface, what we will do is we are going to have the post. And when you have the post, so along with the post, we are also going to have the user name, which is going to be a string. And then we are going to have the photo URL, which is also be a string. So we have this, maybe I will just put it as optional, because so I'm going to remove this. And then similarly, when we have the document response, we are also going to get those information. So I'm going to get the username of type string, and I will also get the photo URL of type string. All right, so we get these two. Now what we will do is, let's go to the post creation. So I'm going to go to the post creation. All right, and in the post creation, whenever you have this new post, in this new post, we are going to add the username, which will be coming from the user dot display name. All right, and then the other one, which will be the photo URL, and that will be coming from the user dot photo URL. So we are already updating it in the Firebase user object, so we can easily fetch the display name and the photo URL from it. Right, it's complaining. Let's put it like this. All right, and I will also remove this, and we see that it's also complaining here. It could be a null. So what we can do is we can add an exclamation, so that we will tell him that no, it cannot be a null. So now when you create a post, you will automatically get a username and the photo URL in it. So let's go and let's try. What I will do is I'm going to go here, and I will create a new post, and I will write that something is happening in the universe. All right, let's upload a photo for that, and I'm going to upload a photo. Maybe maybe this one, and I'm going to click on done, and I'm going to change this because this doesn't matches. So I will have the dockerize Node.js apps. All right, I'm going to click on the post, and then we see that the post is created. Now when the post is created, if we go and check here in the post, then we will see that we get an additional field, which is the photo URL, and we also get the username. So now this photo URL and username can be displayed here. So let's go and let's do that. So I'm going to go to the home, not exactly home, we will go to the postcard. All right, and in the postcard, what we will do is we are going to get this document response. Now let's go and let's add it. So here, instead of the guest user, I'm going to add the data dot username, and for the image I'm going to add the data dot photo URL. Let's go and let's check, and now you see that we get the image and we also get the name here. All right, now we also get a guest user here. Let's go and let's change that. So I'm going to go here, this will get changed to data dot username. All right, so now we get everything. Now this is all good. Now we have this and we also have this. Now one thing we need to do is that if we go into the profile, and now if we change the profile image, so if I go and edit, I'll change a profile image. Let's give a profile image as this one. I'm going to click open. I'm going to click done. All right, I'm going to change this to Malvia, and I'm going to click on update. Then you will see that it's get updated here. All right, but what happens if we go to the home? On the home, we still see the old. So that means what we need to do is whenever we update the profile, we also need to update all the documents of that user so that we can get an updated username and the profile. So what we will do is, this is the last part we need to do. So let's go to the edit profile now, because since we are not using relational database, so we're not taking a reference directly from the user profile. And I will do one thing. Let's go to the edit profile, and in the edit profile, what we will do is we are going to edit that part. So I will go here and I will have the update user info on post. All right, and we pass the same user profile info. Now we don't have this function. Let's create this function. So I'm going to copy, and we will go to the post service because this is on the post. So similarly, update like on the post, we are going to update the user info on the post. So I'm going to go to the post here. I will have the export constant. Then we are going to have this arrow function. All right, and we're going to use async. All right, and this is going to give us some argument, which is the profile info of type profile info. Once we have it, what we will do is first we are going to query to get all the posts of the user. So let's use the same query. So we have used it a couple of times. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it here. Once we query to get all the posts based on the user ID, so I have to pass the user ID. So let's have the profile info dot user dot ID, or maybe UID. Now this is going to give me all the posts created by this user. Let's go and let's have the constant query snapshot, which will be equals to the await get docs, and based on the query we created. All right, now if this query snapshot dot size is greater than 0, then in that case we have to do something else. What we will do is we are going to have the console dot log, and we see that the user doesn't have any post. Okay, so the user doesn't have any post. Now what we will do is, for this query snapshot, let's loop through all the documents. So this is going to have a for each. We are going to get a document. Now, once we get a document, what we will do is we are going to take that document ID and get the reference of that document. So I'm going to have the doc ref, which is equals to the doc. We need to pass the DB instance collection name, and then we have to pass the document dot ID. All right, now this is going to give me that particular document reference which we want to update. So what I will do is I'm going to fire the update doc, where I will have to give the doc ref. All right, and then here what I have to do is I will have the user name maybe, and this username will be equals to the profile info dot display name. Then I'm going to have the photo URL, and this photo URL will be equals to the profile info dot photo URL. And that's all. That's what we need to do. So now let's go back here, and we need to import this. So update user. So this should be uppercase user, and I will also change it here as well. So I'm going to go here, change this to update user info on post. So now let's give a try. So if I go back here and if I go here and if I refresh it, then I see the old one. Yeah, then what I will do is I will go to the profile and I'm going to edit it. I'm going to upload it. So I will have the new profile as maybe this one. I'm going to click open. All right, I'm going to click done, and then I will just click on the update, and we see that which is updated. And if I go on the home, then we see that we get the updated information. Now this one we are using it via the Gmail login. Let's go and let's try the other user. So I'm going to log out and I'm going to try the other user. All right, I'm going to have the password. I'm going to click on login. All right, so now we see that we have this. Now if I go to the profile, and this is my default profile, you see that I have no profile image and the username and anything else. So first I will update my profile image. So I'm going to click here and let's edit the profile image with this. All right, so it's done. Now I'm going to click on done, and we also need to give the username because there's no username. So I am King. All right, and for the user profile bio, what I will do is I am a food lover and travel blogger. All right, I'm going to click on update. Okay, so we get an error that Firebase add doc with invalid data, unsupported field, undefined found in the field user ID in document. So let's go and let's try to fix that. So what I will do is let's go to our profile. And let's go to our profile first. So I'm going to go to I will just close all this. Okay, I will close this, and this is my profile. Okay, so for the profile, for the username, what we are trying to show here is that if we go to the render post, here we have the display name. We are not displaying any email address if it's not available, and we only display the user info display name. We can also make that if it's not available, then if it's available, then in that case we display this. All right, and if not, then we display the guest user. If we go back and check, then we see we have a guest user. We also see this and we see this. All right, now if I click on the edit profile, then in the edit profile I don't see anything because I am not passing anything here. Okay, which is a little bit strange. We are passing some information. So if I go and check on the edit profile, I pass the user info, and this could be reason that whenever it fetches the user, it sets the data as an empty. So what we can do is if we go to the user profile, and in the user profile, if we go here, all right, then if there is no such document, we should pass null. Now we can give a try. So if I go back home and if I go to the profile, I have this one. All right, I will click on the edit and I still don't see anything. Let's go and let's check. So I go back here and I have this initial data on the profile. Okay, this should be the initial value, so I should have gotten this information at least. So let's go and let's check. So maybe what we will do is this data get an empty object, and that is actually overriding our initial user info. So we can do one thing is we can just use this, that if this dot display name, it has a property, then only it will update our user info. So now let's go and let's check. So what I will do is I'm going to go to home, and if I go to profile, then you see that now we have this profile. All right, I'm going to click on edit, update my profile picture. So let's update profile picture, and I'm going to click on done. Now we can also update the guest user. So I can update the guest user as maybe John, and here I can add I am a food lover and travel blogger. All right, I'm going to click on the update, and you see that it's now updating. Now it doesn't have any post, so let's create a post. I'm going to click on the add post, and here I will add this is my first post of traveling, maybe, yeah, traveling. I will upload a picture here, so maybe I will upload this picture. I'm going to click open. All right, I'm going to click done, and we get the preview here. All right, then I'm going to click on the post, and we see that we have a John Day here, and this is the first post after traveling. All right, now we can also like this post, we can dislike this post, we can like this post, and if we change the profile, then it will get automatically changed. So let me go and change it. I'm going to change it Dawn Day Traveler. I'm going to click on the update. It's got changed here. If I go, then it get changed here, it get changed here as well. And if I go to my photos, I see the photos here. Now if I go to the home, and if I like this, and if I go to my photos, you will see that we have one like. If we go to the profile, we see one like. Now let's work on this right hand side section where we will have the list of suggested users to become friends. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and in the Visual Studio Code, if we go to the layout, then you will see that we have this user list, and in this user list we need to display all the suggested users. So let's go on this component and then work on it. So I'm going to go to the user list, and this is how our user list looks like. So first what we need to do is we need to fetch all the list of users that we want to display, and that we can do, we can just fetch all the user profiles. So if we go to our Firestore database, then we have this users, and you will see that we have all the users here. So we can just fetch all the list of users and then we can just display them. So what I will do is I will first go to the repository, then user service, and here we will create a new function. So I'm going to go here, I will have export constant and then get all users, and this will be equals to an arrow function. So let's have an arrow function, and we can just use async here. All right, now once we have it, we will also do one thing is we will not display the logged in user as a suggested user list. So we will just do a filter on it. So here we will take a user ID, and this will be of type string, and we are just taking this user ID because we want to filter out the suggested users. So here let's have a try catch block, and in the catch what I will do is I will simply log the error. So I will have console log, and I will log the error here. Now in the try block, what we will do is first let's have a constant, and we're going to receive a query snapshot whenever we use get docs. So I'm going to have the get docs, and in the get docs we will pass the collection. So we need to pass the DB instance and our collection name. So this is going to give us the query snapshot. Now if we have the query snapshot, we will just check the size. So I'm going to have the query snapshot dot size, and if this is greater than 0, then in that case we will do something else. We are just going to log that we don't have any documents. So I'm going to have the console log, and we will have no such documents. All right, or maybe there is no user profile to fetch. Now once we have this, what I will do is we are just going to loop through. So we will have the query snapshot dot for each, which is going to give us an individual doc. So let's have this individual doc, and this is very similar what we have done in get all the post. So if we go and if we see, then we can just take a reference. So here is the get all post. So what I will do is I will just take this, or maybe we will just write it. So if we go back here, then we have the doc. So first let's take the data. So I'm going to have the user data, which will be equals to the doc data, and we can just cast this into the user profile. All right, so we have already created the user profile interface here. So if we go here, then we see that we have this user profile. Now I will also create one more variable which will be a temp array. So I will have a constant, I will have the temp array, and this will be type of the profile response. So we will have the profile response array, which will be equals to an empty array initially. This profile response also, we can see that we have it here. So the only difference between the user profile and the profile response is that the profile response have an ID additionally, the document ID. Okay, so we go here, and now let's create a constant data, or maybe response object. So let's have the response obj, which will be of type profile response, and that will be equals to a object. And here we are going to have the ID. So the ID will be the doc dot ID, and the rest will be the data that we have, maybe the user data. So I'm going to have the user data. All right, once we have the response object, we will just push this response object into the temporary array. So I'm going to have the temp array dot push, and then we are going to push the response object. Once we have the response object push, then we will just return this temporary array. So I will go here, and then let's return it. So we will return the temporary array, but if we return the temporary array directly, then we will get all the users, but we only want to display the users other than the logged in user. So what I will do is I will just filter out those user. So I will have the temporary array dot filter, and this is going to give me a item. Then we will just do that if the item dot user ID, if it's not equals to the user ID, then we just need to return it. So this is going to return all the users except the logged in user. Now we can just take this temporary array. So let's go and let's use this get all users function. So I'm going to go here, and here first let's create the state variable. So I will have a constant, I will have the suggested user, then I will have the set suggested user, and this will be equals to the use state, and the type of it will be the profile response array, and we will just give the initial. So initially it will be an empty array. All right, once we have this, we are going to create a function to fetch the users. So I will have the constant get all suggested users, or maybe get suggested users, and this will be equals to an arrow function, and here we will have a constant response, and this response will be equals to the await. I will just use the async here, and this will be equals to the get all users from the user service. All right, and for this function we are going to pass the user ID, which will be a type of string, and we are just going to pass the user ID here as well. Now we will also do one thing, that if it's not, then we are also going to provide the empty array. Now what I will do is, once we have the response, we are just going to set it in the suggested users, and let's have the response there. Now we have this. Now we just need to make a call to this function. So for that we need to make use of a use effect. So let's have the use effect, and this use effect will have an arrow function, and inside this what we will do is we will have to make a check first. So before that, let's have a information about the logged in user. So I will have the user, and we can use it from the use user auth, which is our context API. Now we have access to the logged in user. So what I will do is I will just make a check here, that if user.uid is not equals to null, then in that case I want to make a call to the get suggested users, and I have to pass the user ID. So I will have the UID here. I want to make this call only once, so I will put an empty array. All right, so now we have this. We also have the suggested user. If we want to log, we can just log it. So what I will do is I will have the console.log, and I will have the response is, and this will be equals to the response. Let's go and let's check. So if I go to the browser, if I go here, then here we first see that we have only two users, John Day, and the other one is D Malvia. So what I will do is I will go here, I will log out, create a new user. So maybe this new user will be Frank. All right, I have signed up. Now if I go to the inspect element, if we go to the console, then we can just see that if I go to profile, then this is our user, guest user Frank, and what we will do is we will just change the name here. So the name is Frank, so that it will get updated. All right, I will have the Frank dot, and I'm going to click on update. So now it's updated, and if we go to the home, and let me clear this, and I will refresh it, then here we should see that the response is, and we see that we have two users here. And you will also notice that these two users are the different users other than the logged in user, whereas if we go here and check, then we have three users. So that's where we are just filtering out the logged in user, and we display only the user that are suggested. Now let's go and let's display them here. So what I will do is I will go here, and we need to first have the JSX part. So let's write the JSX. So I'm going to go here, I will have it here a div, and the div has a class. So I will have a class as VITE text, and then I will have the padding at y-axis 8 and padding as x-axis as 3. Inside that I'm going to have a div, and on that I will have a class name as flex. I will have the flex row. I will have my items in the center. Then I need to have a border at bottom. We're going to have the padding bottom as 4, margin bottom as 4. Let's give a border color, so border gray 400, and we are going to have the cursor pointer. Now on this we are going to display the user information first, the logged in user information actually. So we are going to have a span here, and I'm going to give the class name as margin right 2. All right, and below that I'm going to have an image, then I will have a source to that image, and this will be a self-closing. Now on this source, so what we will do is we are going to have that if our logged in user dot has a photo URL, then in that case I want to display the user photo URL. So let's have the user photo URL, and if not, then I will just simply display the avatar, which is our default image. So let's import the avatar. So I will go here, I will have import, and this will be coming from the @assets/images/our avatar png. All right, so we have this image. If we want to check, we can go and check. So if I go here, then we see this is how the image looks like, but we need to make it a little bit nicer. So let's have some styling here. So what I will do is I'm going to add some classes here. So our width will be 10, height will be 10, it will be a rounded full so that we get it into a circle. Then we are going to have a border as 2, and let's have the border color. So I'm going to use border slate, which will be 800, and then I'm going to use the object cover. All right, so now we should have this small profile image, and let's have the username, the logged in username, so that we can display it here. So I will have another span here. So let's go here, and then I will have another span, and on this span I will just simply have a class name. So let's give a class name, and let's use the text. So I want the small text. All right, and we display the information here. So if our user has a display name, then in that case let's have the user display name, otherwise we are going to have the guest user. So let me have the guest user. All right, so we go and see, then we have the Frank here because Frank is our username. So if we want to check, we can go to the profile, we see this is the Frank user which is logged in, and when we click on it, we should be redirected to the profile. So let's have a link there. So I'm going to have a link. All right, I will have a 2 on that link, which will be equals to /profile. So it will take me to the profile. All right, I will cut it, and then I will just put it here. All right, so we have this. Now if I go here, then I will go to the profile page. So this is also one of the link we have created. Now let's put the suggestion list here. So I will go to this link, and below the link what I will do is I will have an h3. Let's have a class name here, and I will put the text as sm text slate as 300, and we are going to have here suggested friends. All right, and in this suggested friends below the h3, what we will do is we are going to create a div. We're going to have a class name margin y as 4. All right, and then here what we can do is we can just have a condition. So if we have a suggested user dot length greater than 0, then in that case we need to display something, else nothing we are going to display here. And here what we can do is we can just create a function for render users, and we can call this function. Now let's write this render user function. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, and I will have a constant render user, which will be equals to an arrow function. All right, and then we will just return the suggested user dot map. Let's map, and let's have the JSX for that part. So I'm going to have a map. I will have a individual user, which will be an arrow function. Now let's return that. So I'm going to return a JSX here. And what we will have here is let's have a div first. I'm going to give a class name to this div as flex row. Then I will have the items as center, margin bottom as 4, border gray as 400. So let's have a border gray, and then we are going to have the justify at start. All right, now here we are going to have the profile image and the username, and along with that we also have a follow button. So let's have the JSX. So I'm going to have a span. All right, and on the span I will have a class name, margin right will be 2. All right, then we are going to have an image. I will have the source, and let's close that image. And here what we will do is we are going to have this user dot photo URL. So if we have it, then we are going to display the user dot photo URL, else we are going to display the avatar image. Okay, and then we need to provide the classes. So the class name will be very similar what we have it here. So I will just do a copy paste. So I'm going to copy, and I'm going to put it here. All right, now if we go and see, then we see that these are the 2 other images or the user profile pictures that we have. Now below this, what we need to do is we will also need to display the username. So I will have the span. Let's have the class name as text -xs small text, and then we are going to have the user dot display name. And if the user doesn't have a display name, then we will use the guest user. So let's have the user dot display name, else let's have the guest user. All right, And the third one is we need to create the button. So let's have the button, and on this button I'm going to give the class name as text xs, small text, padding as 3, padding y as 2, height as 6, background, let's have the background slate maybe 900, and then I will have the last one, the last button of the list. I'm going to use the margin left as auto, and inside this we just need to have a follow, so that will be the text. All right, so we have the follow. Now let's go and let's check. So now you will see that we have this follow and we also have the user list. Now if I log out and if I log in with another user, then we will see the different here. So I will just log out. All right, and let me create a new user, maybe Dave. And now you will see that we have the different user. We have the page, John, Day, we have Frank, and we have this new guest user. So if I go to the profile, I will update, and I will update the name as Dave. All right, and I can also change the profile picture. So let me have a new profile picture for Dave, and that could be this one. I will click open, I will click on done, and then I will click on update. And you see that we have this updated image here. Now if we go here, then we will see that we have the updated image here as well, and we have the name as Day. So now we have this user list, and this way you can also have the user list and you can extend more features for this app. So you can have this follow information, you can also build a search functionality where you will search, and you can also work more on the stories. So I'm not going to build more features on this application, and if you want me to build these features, then just put it in the comment and I will try to build that and create a video on that. Now the last part of this project which I want to show you is how we can deploy this project in Firebase. So what I will do is let's go back here, and I will open the terminal because now we want to deploy this project. So let me open the terminal. All right, and in the terminal I'm going to cancel this, and the first thing we will do is I will just clear the console, and the first thing we will need to do is we need to install the Firebase tools. So I will have the npm install -g, and you will have the Firebase -tools. All right, and I will hit enter, and let's see how it goes. All right, so I see that I get an error, and that error maybe I don't have enough permission. So what I will do is I will clear it, and I will use the same command, but now I'm going to use it sudo so that I can have higher privileges. Let's try. I will give the password. So now you will see that my Firebase tool is installed. Now the next thing we will need to do is I will have to log into the Firebase. So I will have the Firebase login. All right, so it says that you have already logged into this Firebase account, but I want to use a different Firebase account. So let me log out first. So I will have a log out, and it will say that logged out from this one. And now I'm going to log into my another account. So let's have a Firebase login again, and I will just put it yes here. And here I will choose which account I want to log in. So I want to log into this account. So I'm going to click here. I will click on continue, allow, and you will see that the Firebase login is successful. Now let's go back here, and we see that successfully logged into this Firebase account. All right, I will just clear the console. And the third step, what we need to do is we need to first initialize the Firebase. So I will have the Firebase init here, and I will just increase this. So I will have the Firebase init, and this is going to initialize the Firebase to this project. And here we need to select the list of features that we are using. So what I'm using is we are using a Firestore database. So I'm going to go there, and I will have the space bar so it will get selected. Then we are also using the hosting configure files. So here I want to host the application to the Firebase, so I'm going to select this. Then we are not going to select any other thing, I guess. Yep. Now let's hit enter. All right, and here it will ask use an existing project or create new project. I'm going to use an existing project, and these are my Firebase projects. So the project which I want to use is this one, the photogram EF986. So I'm going to select that, and it is going to do the Firestore setup. Now for the Firestore setup, I will just click enter, go with the default Firestore rules. I will go with the default Firestore indexes JSON. And for this, what do you want to use as a public directory? Since we are using the VITE, so for that we will not go with the public directly. We are going to use the dist folder, because whenever we are going to build the application for production, all the files will be going into the dist. So we have this public directory as dist. Then we are going to use the yes. I will use no. We don't set up automatic deployments via GitHub. And now the Firebase initialization is complete. The next step we need to do is we need to build this project. So let's have the npm run build, and this is going to build our application for production. So what I will do is, let's go in the package.json. So I'm going to go to the package.json, and in the package.json, for the scripts we will use this build, which is going to compile our TSC, which is the TypeScript code, and then it is use the VITE build. So let's build that. All right, so now if we see, then we have a couple of errors in the files. So we really need to solve these errors first. So let's start one by one. So I will go to the postcard first. So let's go to the postcard. All right, and in the postcard, if we see, then we have this error. So what I will do is I'm going to add an exclamation here to just tell that this will not be a null, and I will also put an exclamation here to tell that this will not be a null, and we will also need to make an exclamation question mark here. All right, and now let's go and let's check. All right, we will also solve the other errors one by one. So now let's go to the sidebar. So if I go to the sidebar, and if I see there, so this is the error I have, I will just remove it. Now we see that we have less errors, so let's work on that. So first we will go to the postcard index.tsx. Let's go to the postcard, and I will remove this. So to solve this error, what we have to do is if we hover on it, then it says that argument string is not assignable to parameter type never. So what we can do is we can go and check, and we just have to define a string here so that it will be a string array, and we will also have a string here. So this will be a string array. So now in the postcard, if we see, then we don't have any errors, and here also we don't have any errors. So that was a mistake when we actually built the interface for this one. Now let's try to rebuild the app, and now you will see that it's building for production and the application is built now. And then what we have to do is, once the application is built, we just have to deploy this application. So to deploy, what we will do is we will use the Firebase deploy, and we will use a flag -- only, and we will use hosting. All right, I will hit enter, and this is actually going to deploy our application to the Firebase. So here you will see that it's uploading all the files and everything, and the deployment is complete. Now we can just access the application on this URL. So I will just copy. Let's go here and let's put it here, and we see that this is how our application looks like. So let's log in with a Frank. So I'm going to log in with Frank, and I will have my password. I'm going to click on login, and this is how the application looks like. So we have this user where we have the user profile. If I click on it, we will go to the profile. On the home page, we see the list of users and their post. Now we can just create a new post. So I will go and add a new post. I will just upload the picture. Maybe I will upload this one. So I'm going to click open, and it will upload to the Uploadcare CDN. I'm going to click here, and I will just have how to build React apps faster. I will click on the post, and you will see that we have this post created. Now here you don't see the image, so let's go and let's fix that. So what I will do is I'm going to go to the profile. I'm going to upload a profile picture for the Frank. So maybe Frank will have this profile picture. I'm going to click open. I will click done, and then I will click on update, and we have the updated one. So now Frank should have a profile image here. All right, we can also like it, and we will see that all the features are working. Frank is logged in, so we don't see Frank in this list. If we log in with another user, let's log in with Dave this time, and I'm going to have the password. I will click on login, and now we logged in with Dave, and we don't see Dave in the list as a suggested friends. So that's how we completed this application. Now you can just go and enhance more features like search bar, stories, and follow button. But if you want me to add more features to the app, please let me know in the comment section, and I will do it for you. So that's all I have in this project. I hope you like this project. It was a big project where we divided the project into 3 episodes, but overall there was a lot of learning while building this project using the React, TypeScript, or whether it's a Firebase. So I hope you liked the video. A thumbs up is appreciated. You can also connect with me via Facebook or Instagram. You can follow me on Twitter for latest updates, and before you go, don't forget to subscribe the channel and press the bell icon so that you don't miss the videos like this one. Thank you. Thanks for watching.